you, yeah. Got you through the glass. Don't know how much time has passed. But it feels like forever. No one ever tells you that forever feels like sitting all alone. I'm playing that shit again. Like from no one ever tells. Looking at you through the glass, don't know how much time has passed. It feels like forever. What up, Disney? How you doing, dog? Ad time. Where are my freaking ads at, dog? Get them out of the way. And what the thing is buffering. It's taking forever. Won't let me play an ad. What up, Myth? How you doing? You guys are always first. I gotta fucking get like a first redeem or something. I feel like I've said that forever, but uh-oh, my neck just started hurting. My ad's about to start apparently. Okay. Now I can play my stupid ad. There we go. Let's run an ad and then we'll get into it. Tired because I left hella late to SoCal. Oh shit. I thought I read that as social. I was like, is that like social media? Do you have a tournament to shoot? Are you home now, or did you like arrive home, or did you arrive in SoCal? Is what you're saying? What's the question? If I dare make of the mannequin, dominating everything. No more down voices. We're animating today, boys. At you through the glass. Don't know how much time has passed. Does it feel like Barista? Nah, music festival? Hell yeah, dude. Who's playing? How you doing today, Mouse Man? Pretty good. Yesterday I was pretty tired. So I have a big meeting that I have to go to every like quarter roughly at work. And I had a big meeting yesterday. Actually, the last 2 days. Thursday and Friday, I had this big ass fucking meeting, like all day. And I had to come in early. And because of that, I was dead tired. I was in like an hour early, and I already sleep like shit. And I was really stressed because of the meeting, and so, I didn't sleep well the night before, and I was like, I just felt so fucked by the end of the day. I was like, I can't stream, bro. I'm so tired. I need to chill out. I've been trying to be better this year. I've been trying to not push as hard, especially on my body. Less on my art, but more on my body. Whenever I feel like shit's going a little too intense, I try and pull off the gas a little bit. And so if I cancel a stream every now and then, that's usually why. There's never anything too serious. It's more just like, I should probably listen to myself today. You know what I mean? Because I feel like sometimes I push through it, and then I'm like, oh, my fucking shoulder's killing me. And then it's like even worse the next week, and then it just like compounds. So it's just one of those things where I'm like, I gotta be better about that shit. I gotta learn moderation. Unfortunately, it's just not really in my nature when it comes to like shit I like, Like forever. No one ever tells you that forever feels like Sade. Hey, yo, how's it going? It's going, dude. How's it going with you? Damn, bro. I'm feeling my neck muscle right now, and one of my scalenes is like insanely tight, dude. This is fucking crazy. I gotta stretch this bitch out, I think. I think I found like one of my issues. Anyways. I need to learn moderation as well, because I can't get enough of snacky poo. That's right. That's right. I'm irresistible, That's so fair, dude. Take care of yourself, man. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Alright, I think the ads are more or less done. We could drop the Discord notification when we get the show on the road. Here we go. Let's get to it, baby. And then today I'm mostly going to be in-betweening. If we get some critiques, we might do that. And yeah, that'll be it today, mostly. Just chilling. Sade! Hi, Thnak. Hi, Everyan. What up, Kimdo? How you doing, dog? What up, Kimdo? Yeah, today we're gonna be animating mostly. I took this this 3/4 head we did, and I did a full rotation of it. And I think that's what I'm gonna be tweening today. I say tweening, that's like not the right term, but in the animation industry, there's like tweening and then there's in-betweening. And there's like the difference is that from what I understand anyways, and I might be wrong, if there are any professional animators in chat that have worked in rigged animation and or hand-drawn, every angle, yeah, every angle, dog. Check this shit out. We're getting there. I'm doing like I'm doing a little template that I'm gonna be posting online. It's gonna be accessible for people to grab. That's gonna talk about plane changes, sort of what you need to look out for when you're doing head turns or head rotations, and sort of, you know, just basically a guide on how to draw the head. This is gonna be this one up here is gonna be sort of the top down look. I'm going to do a top-up look, and then this one is going to be 3/4. I'm also going to do a 3/4 one just to show the plane changes. This cylinder that keeps flickering here is going to be sort of like a guide to show you how to apply primitives, or why there's so much value in learning about primitive shapes, meaning spheres, cylinders, and cubes. But yeah, so that's sort of the idea. Holy shit, you're actually cracked at animation? Oh yeah, I mean, I did work professionally as an animator. You know, I'm traditionally trained in animation, so that's sort of where my academic background is. I don't do a lot of animation these days because I just like illustration more, but I do know how to animate. And I think a lot of animation, if you want to get really good and really, like, goated at illustration, guys, animation is the gateway to that, dude. Sort of, I guess. The thing is, it's a weird thing where it's like you can't really be a super strong animator if you're not also a very strong draftsman. But I feel like once you get to an intermediate level, if you want to start testing your knowledge of rotations and changes and all that stuff, the best way to do that is going to be with animation. Because you start doing something and you're like, oh, I actually don't know how this works in a different angle or how this changes or whatever. And so that's what this template is going to be all about. And this is part of a bigger idea. I've talked about this to some people offline where I want to basically build these little like snapshot guides. I might compile them into a bigger thing eventually, but I'm going to build these little snapshot guides that people can use. And I might make a Patreon. They won't be paywalled. They'll be on a free tier, so don't worry if you can't afford it. We might have a sort of freemium style. So maybe I'll do like a general thing that's free, and then maybe I'll paywall some sort of more detailed lessons and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm trying to develop more products, I think, in general. So this is sort of a precursor to that, mostly because I like teaching. I think I have a good understanding of how to move things in space, and yeah, so I began this whole journey just to be able to animate. Oh, really? Hell yeah, dude. You know what's funny? I've never actually worked in hand-drawn animation, which is, like, ironic because it's all I do now. I worked in rigged animation in Canada, and so hand-drawn animation is something I'm not self-taught, I guess, because I did go to school for it. But, professionally speaking, is just sort of a thing that I've been really focusing on a little bit more. It's always been something I was more interested in than rigs. I've just never been a big rig enjoyer. You know what I mean? I've never been a big rig enjoyer. Hi everyone, what up, Venosa? How you doing? Shireen, how you doing? Alright, let's get to it. Let's keep in-betweening this bitch. Zach's gonna be a teacher? That's right, I am gonna be a teacher. Well... ish. You're the biggest rigger? I don't know if you got the R pass, dude. I've done rigging in my past, like in school for assignments and stuff. So I've got the pass, but I don't know if you could be throwing that word around. I prefer the term people of builds, alright? Okay. This guy needs another nostril. No longer nose here. I see what you did there, Snack. Thank you. This is really favoring the other position, eh? Snack's already my teacher? Bro, this guy sneaks around behind my back, actively asking one of my friends for advice over me. He's cheating on me, dude. I'm, like, offended. I haven't seen an NFT critique request in months. And every time I hang out with my buddy, he's like, yeah, NFT keeps asking me. He keeps asking me for feedback. NFT, are you scared of me? Am I too hard on you? I can be gentle, dude. I don't need to be so mean. And I just keep telling him to give up art. There you go. See, I do the same thing, just on a public platform. I get the fear. Alright. Let's do the mouth on this freaking guy. Night and one more time. Thanks for the memories. They weren't so bright. It tastes like you were sweeter. One night and one more time. Why does my brush feel weird? I think my brush size is too small. That's what it is. I want richer blacks, dude. And I want my brush to be a little bit darker. And the memories weren't so sweet. It tastes like you were sweeter. One night and one more time. Rigging, just make sure you use quality rope. Cheap plastic rope hurts my wrists. Is that a BDSM joke? I'm too pure, dude. I don't get it. Okay, this actually needs to be way over. When I'm flipping there, it doesn't feel right. Probably need to tweak the angle on this outer mouth too. The whole piece here is gonna get a little smaller. By the fire, son, and the morning will come soon. A better time. This is changing angles too much. Bow down down. Behind us in the dust. Still changing angles. It's too high, I think. Don't hold me up now. You can play my own ground. I don't need your help now. This is gonna shrink. Oh, ground. I don't need your help. Or start to shrink. Yeah, there you go. I think this chin is out a little too much. I'm gonna favor the inner chin a little bit more, so I'm gonna bring in this side of his head. I actually do want there to be, I do want there to be more of a stark contrast when the brow changes direction, because I want you to feel like the form is getting larger as it rotates. So I'm just gonna shift this over just a smidgen, just to create better spacing. Everything you hold me up now. I don't need my own ground. That. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, that's gonna feel better. Okay. I don't need your help. No. Let me down. Good morning. What up, Lazar Luddite? How you doing, dog? I've been such a gassy girl lately. What up, Piss? How you doing? What an intro. Good morning to you too, Gassy. TP's really good, but you're my dog. I'll post more. Uh-huh. I've been slapping my belly and giggling. What are you, an otter? I've been a bit busy with school, man. I know, I'm just playing, dog. Don't worry. I'm not insecure or nothing. 40 stream streak. Is Snack worse for being a furry in denial, or am I worse for watching? You guys are all just as bad as me, dude. Gah, I'm so gassy. Girl, go fart, dude. What are you doing in here? Fucking brap queen over here. Fart it up, dude. Gas that chamber, queen. I think Snack's worse for being in denial. Nah, I'm not in denial. I know exactly who I am and what I am. Don't need your help. I'm just gonna do the eyes and face for now, and then we'll do the rest of the skull after. So I don't want to track like a bazillion things right now changing. It's just gonna be annoying. Okay, this is coming... I need to get rid of the amount of cells I'm seeing right now. Let me reduce my cells down to 1 frame for the previous, and then 1 frame for the front one. You know, just farting around. I don't know what happened in your life to have you have so many interesting quirks, Piss. Okay, this angle's definitely gonna change here. This is more of a breakdown. Honestly, I should have done this a little bit sooner, but... Do you feel like it now? Do you go for a run? Do you feel better now? Run, my friend. Imagine being a furry in denial. Guys, show me one furry I've ever drawn in my life, dude. NFT, I can point to like 20 of yours. By the way, Snack, can you give me a quick critique if you can? It's all messy, but I want to go further and color her. Oh yeah, you know I can't, Shishishireen. Let me know when it's posted. Do you feel better now? Falls to the ground. Speaking of gassy, anyone else been feeling gassy in here these past few days, or just me? Piss, if you gotta jerk off, just go jerk off. You don't have to get everybody in a fart off so that you can get your nut, dude. Just go flick your little bean. And get fart off the brain, you know? It's not an orgy in here. Whoa, calm down, buddy. I get off on feet, not farts? Yeah, whatever you say, dude. You feel better now. Falls to the ground. You want to end. This is actually gonna drastically come in here. Feel like a window, feeling closer around. Falls to the ground. The angle of this feels weird. I feel like it should be more round. She said, she said. This needs to be longer. Weird. I don't know where to put this shit. I feel like it's gonna feel a little slidey if I... Tough one. This is a tough one. This is definitely not in between. I feel like it'd be way easier if it were. I'm just gonna do the eyes for now and the rest of the skull later. No, I meant eyes and like cheekbone, outer cheekbone. Okay, if you wanna nitpick, when I said I was gonna focus on the back of the skull, I meant the back of the skull. You know. Somebody's mad for getting called out. I think. Trying to come after me, huh? Trying to word nitpick me. You drew my character last year? I don't think you have any proof of that. Jim Cart. Jim H. Cart. Welcome in, dude. How you doing, dog? I need the edge of the brow just because I need to be able to track. Like, see this? Oops. This eyeball should be higher up. See how there's an arc coming across here? I did the most, guys, if you ever do a head rotation, don't ever do what I do, where you try and have the head rotate on an arc like this, because it's just going to complicate your life a million times more. Just have them go straight across, okay? It's going to be easier. You edge brows? Hey, sick drawing. Actually, it's an animation, but thank you. I appreciate it, dog. How you doing, Jim? No, you don't? Are you supposed to be the best artist to ever live? Is that the title you're giving me? I'll take it. I don't think I am, but, you know. We take that shit. I browse to edge. You edge to browse. Exactly. No, you gave that title to yourself. Well, then it must be true. I think this needs to be a little bit more curved out. Oh, this is really rough. Okay. We're just gonna go real scratchy on this one. The chin needs to be in a little bit more. Yeah, see, there's like a dip when it comes around there. I don't like that. That's a bit of a problem. I gotta figure out the path it's moving on. So he's coming across from this side, elevated, comes over this way, starts to dip down. Yes, he starts to dip down, which means this needs to be a little bit higher. Something like that, I think, is gonna feel like it's a bit better. Still kind of feels like it's dropping down. Wait, I love that. I hope you're doing... I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I hope you are well. Thank you. I am well. I just can't read very well, apparently. Snacky, can I get a critique? I asked, but you probably missed. I didn't ask. You probably missed my reply. I said, Shireen, let me know when it's in the Art Critiques channel, and I'll take a look at it. Who's listening now, huh? Alright, let me take a little look. Okay, let's go to a non-animation page here. There's not a lot of room on this canvas. What about... I think my Naruto canvas had a lot of room. Yeah, there's a lot of room here. Chat, what does frame mogging mean? Wish I knew. If you're being genuine, it's one person's frame body makes another person's body look bad. Oh, it's probably the width of the shoulders. That's what it is, eh? I bet Snack would be a looks maxer if he was 5 years younger. I don't know if I'd be a looks maxer. I'd probably be more sexist 5 years ago. Probably. I would have been like post-breakup. Actually, I would have been very close to breaking up with my girlfriend at the time. Like probably a year away from a breakup. that would probably make me hate women a little bit. Wait, is that Tsunade? It is. So I'd probably be, you probably are right. I'd probably be a little bit more sexist. Computer enhance image. That. She's a little thicker, but anyways, okay. Shireen. Shireen. What can we fix here? What can we fix here? What is this arrow pointing at? Is there an area in particular that you want me to look at, Shireen? That's a halo? What is? This up here? Oh, this. I see. I just see like an arrow here. I think the angle for the halo should be a little bit more like this. Halos kind of originate from the skull, mostly. Like they would flow out of the head angle, you know? So I'd probably do something a little bit more like this. You can make it large, I guess. But I would just change the angle a little bit, personally. I should do this in red. Otherwise it's not going to be very clear. Give me a second. I also should do it on a different layer. It's pointing to nothing? Okay. Shireen, is there an area in particular you want me to take a look at? No, that's not what I wanted. I gotta flip my canvas. I do spheres better on this side. Do we wanna... We could probably do that angle, I guess. Maybe a little bit different, but... I don't really know. I feel like there's a lot going on in this area. I don't think a halo is going to read really well if you also have wings. I would say pick an accessory and just sort of like commit to that. If you have a halo and these like giant wings and stuff, it's going to get really cluttered. And there's a lot of clutter in a lot of areas as well. You've got a nice like flow and composition going into the face. But I just think the halo is like a power level thing. It's not attached to her head. The body, if possible. Okay, we're gonna ignore the halo for now. Nano Nanami, thank you for the follow. The head. Okay, so the head. What is she supposed to be looking at? What is she doing? That's the first place I want to start. Like, what's the question? What's the intent? Or sorry, that's the question. What's the intent? What exactly is your plan with this character? She's got this hand doing this. She's got this hand doing this. So, presumably there's something off in the distance over here that she's looking at. Or maybe she's just sort of, like, passively charging up an attack or, you know, some divine thing or whatever. I don't know. Snack, if I go to Denny's for breakfast, would you critique my crayon drawing? I haven't been in years. I don't know if they still have those. Yeah, I'd critique your crayon drawing. Would making my OC really gassy and farting around all over the place count as an accessory? It's more like an effect, you know? I think an accessory is more like clothing or like a wing or something like that. Something additional to the human body, like an attachment to it. Or something like connected to it. Accessory is not, like, it doesn't matter. It was just like an object. Accessory is just like a really niche word. I didn't think about it too much, to be honest. Well, I think you should think about it a little bit. Tell me, like, what the intent is. Because it's going to sell the pose a lot more if you can convey some sort of emotion or some sort of purpose in the pose. If she's just blankly, and I see this all the time, guys. This is one of my biggest pet peeves in modern animated drawing or anime like illustrations. They just kind of look off into nothing. I don't know. Like, I guess you could do. Look, okay. It's not that you can't look into nothing, but I feel like, you know, convey something with intent, you know, a little bit. I haven't really thought this argument through, so now that I'm saying it, it sounds very stupid what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to say, Shireen, is if she's got that depressed sort of look, that could totally work. The thing is, her arm right now is fully extended. This other arm is fully extended. I feel like that, to me, is contradicting the face. The face looks relaxed, calm, like solemn, maybe sad a little bit, you know. But the arms say, I'm fighting, okay? And I feel like because of that disconnect, there's a lack of readability. Like, if I'm doing something where my arms are super aggressive like this, like pointing outwards, fully extended, like you have to tense your muscles to do this, it would be very weird to have sort of a neutral face. I just don't think it would really work. If it were me doing these arms and this face, my eyes would be like wide open and she would be like in aggression mode, you know, or something like that. I don't know. Maybe like I just think there's a disconnect between the two. The arms and the face are incredibly connected, okay? Your arms and your limbs, they're all connected to your brain, and your eyes are an extension of your brain. And so, you know, usually there's going to be some sort of link there emotionally. If your arms are sad and solemn, then the character might have a more relaxed pose to her. You know, maybe she's doing like some sort of like prayer thing or whatever. That would make a little bit more sense to me. I think if her arms are tense and aggressive, I think there needs to be some sort of emotion in the face that conveys that. Her eyes were originally closed. I'm trying to think. Eyes closed. I don't know. Like she's channeling the divine or something. Snack, what if she just has a nonchalant swagger and fights like this? It's possible, I guess. But I just feel like it feels unnatural. You know what I mean? Like, I think you have to consider the emotion in the character and the action and the intent of the character as well to really convey things properly. Now, is that to say you can't have it be a little bit different? Like, can I not just have her... I could have her do, like, a little, you know... It doesn't really matter. I could have her do, like, a dirt face, you know, or something like that. It would feel weird, but I can do it, you know? It would feel weird. So I think that's sort of my point, is the more you push that contrast, the weirder it's going to feel. Now, if she's looking, or if her arms are pointing this way, I think, and you want to keep her arms sort of relaxed like that, I think that's totally fine, but we should line up the eye direction. So I'd bring the eyes forward a little bit, you know, so they're even more forward, actually. Bring the eyes a little forward, so she's looking in the direction that she's channeling energy towards or whatever. I think the eyes need to be smaller. I love how you stylize eyes. I feel like I'm pretty good at drawing eyes, but they get flatter the second I stylize them. Do you mean like in the drawings I was like these guys or whatever? We can go over eyes. I feel like I'll go over it a little bit. I'm just gonna finish wrapping this up. I also think this needs to be bigger. It's like way too hard for me to draw at this scale. Make this a little bit bigger. If we just need the eyes, then I'm just gonna focus on the eyes, you know? With the face, then I'm just gonna crop the rest out. So I think right now her eye direction isn't reading. I'm just gonna clean this up because I don't like the way that looks. Let me just draw the skull here and realign myself. I think right now her head's 3/4. I think it would be more profile, or way more closer to profile in this perspective. Her torso's fully profile, but she's looking off this way, and her head is tilted that way, but her whole body, her knee, everything is going this way. I think we should line that up a little bit, okay? So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the head. We're going to make it a little bit more profile. We could still keep it a little 3/4, but I think we're going to go more like this. I think her eyes are a little low on yours. I'm going to show the curvature in the eyeball here. I don't know. Maybe she has eyelashes. Whatever. Still, I think the eyelid should be a little lower, actually. Snack, you should give her hyper-realistic feet. Dude, go jerk off. What are you doing? Stop gooning in my chat. First you're talking about farts and sniffing farts and wrapping up your living room or wherever the fuck you're at right now. Now you want me to draw little toesy-woesy so you can picture yourself sucking on them? Look, man, I ain't giving you the French tips today. The internet is a vast ocean. Just go find something and goon to it. Why do I gotta be your little muse, huh? I told you this before. I don't suck toes, I lick souls. Whatever, dude. Same diff. It's all the same to me, okay? Snack, can you critique my thingy next, or do you want to continue animating? Can't distract you from becoming great. We'll do some crits. I think there's... Somebody else asked. I think Jim wants a little tutorial on eyes. If Jim sticks around after this, we'll go over that, and then I'll give you a critique. And then I think NFT wanted one, and then after that, I'm probably going to cut off critiques for the day, just because I do want to get some animation done. I just think, like, yeah, so I think we're going to move the eye direction a little bit more forward here. I think even this eye direction is a little weird. It should be pushed a little bit more out. If you're wondering how I'm determining eye direction, it's based on how much of the white of the eye is showing. Okay? This is what's called scleral show, because this is the sclera of the eye. The more scleral show you have on one side, the more you're indicating that they're looking the opposite direction. So if I had more scleral show on this side of the eyeball, well, guess what? They're looking in that direction, you know? They're looking over here now. And we could totally have them looking over there. If that's what you want to do, Shireen, like she's like giving like a, oh, let's watch this, bitch. You know, like one of the, check this shit out. Check what I'm about to obliterate this non-divine scrub in front of me. Okay? You could totally do that too. If that's what you want. Give her a little bit more of a nose and mouth here. Why are we gooning on my drawing right now? I don't think Piss is gooning your drawing, but Piss is certainly gooning. Wait, hi! What up, Beanwa? How you doing, dog? I was about to ask for one. You know what, Yeti? Because critiques for you are so rare, we'll do one too. If you want one too, we'll do one. Don't worry, Yeti. I got you, dog. Let me reduce the opacity on this just a little more. Just so I can see a bit clearer what I'm doing here. I like how she looks so smugly. That's right. That's sort of the goal. I'm just going to define the eyelid a little bit here. I don't want to overdo it, because the more... With lady characters, especially, like, angelic ones, you kind of want them to have, like, their eternal, like, sort of youthful look a little bit. And I think the more wrinkles you add, the more you risk damaging that. We can go even more. It might be a bit too much. It's too long, also. We'll keep it like that for now. So just be light on the wrinkles, you know? I think the nose could be bigger. Maybe not like that. I like to do my nose is a little bit more rounded almost like a Egyptian-y. I'm gonna push her cheek out a little bit. Just to give it more form. I think that's too much, actually. I'm gonna tone it down just a smidge. This is sort of how I draw, guys. I'm just thinking of, like, little dials in my head where I'm like, is that too much? If it is, we just pull it back a little bit till it's just right. Till it feels perfect, you know? Your ear's a little far back on yours, Shireen, so I'm just gonna bring it forward a little bit. What up, Symphony? How you doing, dog? By the way, what happened to yesterday's stream? Yeah, so yesterday, the last 2 days at work, Thursday and Friday, I had a big meeting. Okay, for like, it was basically just non-stop meetings for me the past 2 days. I had to come in early for some of them, and I was just fucking exhausted, dude. I was like done. I had been working late Thursday, and then I come in early on Friday, like an hour early. I already have sleep issues. I just felt like shit, and I was like, you know what? I could have streamed, but I was like, you know what? I gotta like listen to myself. A lot of the issues I have with like injuries and stuff are just because I kind of push a little too hard sometimes. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. We're not streaming. I think her chin is a little big. I'm gonna narrow her chin a little bit. Ladies, typically, generally, not always, okay? There are broader chin ladies, but generally speaking, ladies are gonna have a little bit more of a narrow bone structure around their jaw. I'm also gonna sort of inverse the curve here a little bit. I'm gonna try it out anyway, see if it works. This, I think, is gonna come a little bit more like this. She's twisting her neck, so we're gonna put a little bend here. I think because of the angle, we're going to bring the shoulder up. It's going to feel a little bit better, I think. Just bring it up a little bit. It's a little too curved. I was trying to add a little bit of a gesture to it, but I think I've overdone it a little bit. Pull it back. I haven't drawn ladies in a while, now that I'm thinking about it. Been a hot minute, so very rusty. Go a little bit thinner on the forearm here. I think the arm is like kind of small for how big the head is. Rib cage. We're gonna push it out. Marry me, oh yeah. My shoulder here is still way too big for like a delicate little angelic lady, dude. Way too big. We got friggin' bodybuilder dimensions right now. Let me tone that down. I don't like how rounded this is back here. I'm gonna flatten it a bit. Just almost more model-esque. What's Snack doing? We're doing a critique right now for a viewer. We're going over Shireen's drawing here. I'm just making some changes. You can do her rib cage here. I'm gonna try and do some. I'm gonna try and capture your intent with the leg here. I think my ribcage is still kind of big. She's very stiff now. I've stiffened her up too much. I don't like that. We're gonna go back here. Hip. The knee needs to come out more. Now this could just be the way I drew her. I think the head needs to come forward. Just going through, double checking stuff. Do you believe in aliens? I mean, I don't believe that there have been any that have come to Earth, but I do believe that they probably statistically exist. That's probably my view on aliens. I don't think the government's like hiding aliens or any like conspiracy theory shit. But I think it's very unlikely, given sort of like how life emerges, that there isn't at least one planet somewhere out there with some sort of life form. And it's gonna really depend on what you define as like what is an alien, right? Is it like, are we talking about, do they have to have like crazy intelligence? In 1997, the Phoenix Lights happened over Phoenix. Thousands of people saw a massive V-shaped formation of light silently gliding over the night sky. Not a couple conspiracy guys. I mean, normal people, pilots. Even the governor later admitted he saw it. Yeah, I get it. I still don't believe it. You know, I mean, I believe that people saw that, but just because you see shit, I see shit in the sky all the fucking time, dude. Okay, just because like there's something in the sky that I don't understand doesn't mean that like, you know, it's aliens. Why is it that every time we have a fucking alien video, it's recorded on like a potato, dude? Same with Bigfoot. Anyways, I know I'm gonna get like a big debate going, and you're free to argue with each other because for once it's not religion, it's aliens. But so go crazy, I don't care. But what up, Crip? How you doing? I'm gonna make the ear a little bit smaller, Shireen. Black bandana, sweet Louisiana. I still think this curve is like way too strong. I'm gonna bring the hip up actually, because I'm gonna indicate a pinch here. California, rest in peace. We're gonna add a little bit of a rotation. I'm just trying shit out right now, dude. That's all. Still feel like it's too stiff. Honestly, for legs like this, I might use reference. I'm not gonna do it for your piece. You didn't actually ask for the legs, so maybe I won't focus on it, but... Maybe lay off the Za snack. I'm not the one tweaking on alien conspiracies right now, guys. I feel like I'm gonna have the unpopular opinion here. Aliens are fun to bitch about, but I don't believe that they've been to Earth or whatever. Also, if the American government was hiding aliens right now, 200% guaranteed Trump would be blabbing about it. Okay? That's like probably your biggest indicator for there not being aliens being harbored by the Americans right now. Ain't no way that guy's keeping it quiet. I don't know, all that talking about alien technology is so much more advanced than ours seems funny to me, because how the fuck are you supposed to make an ultra-fast flying disc out of nothing? I say aliens must exist. What I considered aliens is any life form, even a bacteria. Oh, then yeah, there's probably I'm pretty sure they've confirmed there's like bacteria and shit on Mars, isn't there? or some sort of like microbes. I don't know. There's like I've heard there's like shit on Mars or whatever. Like that we've actually like determined already. But if that's your standard for aliens, then then yeah, for sure. If what we're talking about is intelligent life, like sentient, like humans and shit, it probably exists. I just don't think it's been to Earth. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Simultaneous release. This pose feels weird to me. California, rest in peace. Simultaneous release. There's weird lights over the American Southwest all the time because it's used as a government testing ground. That's another thing, right? Is like, just because you don't know what it is doesn't mean that there isn't shit being tested out. People, I feel like there's records of shit existing long before anybody sort of like thinks about it, but fuck, or before it enters like the zeitgeist. I met an alien once, but he was kind of an asshole, so I told him to go back to where it came from. Yeah, he met an alien, and then you called ice on him. When we say aliens, are we thinking of those gray-colored, big-shaped thingies? Because sometimes I'd like to consider the creatures in the deep sea as aliens. I think when people say aliens, they mean intelligent life from other planets, okay? I don't think they mean bacteria. I don't think they mean, like, weird tardigrade things or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? I think they're talking like us. Like, actual people-esque things or something akin to people that are from another planet. I think that's what most people think of when they talk about aliens. Because if they're just talking about bacteria and shit, then yeah, that probably exists for sure on other planets. Like, nearby. Probably in our solar system, you know? Tardigrades are so cool, or cute. Cute. Yeah, they are cute. In my opinion, they're one of the coolest fucking animals ever, dude. They can, like, you can, like, incinerate them. You can freeze them in the vacuum of space. They're, like, indestructible. They're wild. Aren't technically octopus not from this hick planet or something? Like, there's something about them that sets them apart, but could be conspiracy. That sounds like conspiracy. I don't know. I'm not a big conspiracy guys. I'm not schizo enough for it. It sounds fun, but I feel like a lot of conspiracies just sort of lean on too much collaboration between humans that I just don't buy, dude. Anyway, Shireen, I don't know how much you actually want me to keep going over this or whatever. Did you want me to do the hair also? I think the issue with the hair that you had originally is it doesn't wrap the form very effectively. Like, I think having the hair coming out like this doesn't really work. I think it would work more. Like, you gotta picture there's like a grid here, okay? In your mind's eye, this is what you're imagining. There's a grid in here, and the hair is conforming to that grid, especially if it's being pulled and tensioned somewhere. So you're gonna have more of a spread like this over the hair. And if there's a tension point back here, then it's going to originate from here, but it's going to come to the tension point also, following this contour. This would probably be more of a straight line, actually. Unless there's some slack to it, in which case it could flow out, but... No, I'll redo it again? Okay, so you're good with this, then? I think the jaw here also is still too big. I would tone it down a little bit. Even the chin area is still too big. Just bring this whole thing down. You and I... But that's it, really. I don't know, Jim, are you still here? If you're still here, then what I can do is I can go over eyeballs really quick and how I think about drawing eyes. I'm gonna send this to you on Discord, Shireen. in the critiques channel. Then we've got Piss and Yeti. Piss, we'll go over to you unless Yeti's got something. Yeti, do you have anything ready, or are you still working on it? Where the fuck is my timeline? Window. I always forget how to add my timeline back in here. There you go. About to send. Feel free to go over it quickly. Oh yeah, no, don't worry. Okay, so we'll just go over it on this canvas here. I just brought my timeline up, but I'm gonna get rid of it just to go over it real quick. So, I mean, I've explained eyes a billion times. I feel like I could do it pretty well. There's a couple things you need to keep in mind when you're drawing eyes. The first one is the angle. Are you drawing the eye from the front? Are you drawing it from 3/4? Are you drawing it from profile? I'm just gonna keep it in that top plane for now, just to keep it simple. If it's front, the eye's sort of going to have this sort of almond-y shape, okay? I'm simplifying it here. It's going to be something like this, okay? If you're doing 3/4, what you do is you take the width of the eye here, and you narrow it down. So now instead of having this length, it's going to become a little bit smaller. Just a little bit. But you're going to have sort of the same height. Now it's going to be 3/4. Another thing to note, and I don't know if you've noticed here, a lot of the times when I'm drawing an eyeball, I will have a thicker upper line, and a thinner lower line. Why? More shadow gets caught under the top eyelid. That's all. And your eyelashes also sort of are a little bit thicker. But generally speaking, light comes from the top because it comes from the sky. And or whatever light source you have in your room, which is typically on the ceiling. And so your lower lid is going to be a little bit thinner. Now, there you go. So I maintained the same height. I've made it a little bit narrower. And now the profile eye is a little weird, but it's basically even smaller in width. And it's basically just a little bit of it's like a triangle from the side. It's going to be something like this. You're almost always going to have the top and the bottom go a little farther than the curvature on the eye here. I made it a bit smaller. That was accidental. But that's the quick and dirty of how to draw eyes from different angles. That's the basics. Okay? Now, we can get into a lot more complex stuff like anatomy of the eye, how to draw an appealing eye, all this stuff. This is all just layers on top. But foundationally, which I think when most people want to draw eyes, they're thinking of this stuff. And when you were asking how to stylize eyes earlier, I'm talking about this stuff, the thick and the thin. So stylistically, what I typically do, and you'll notice it here, is on front on and 3/4 eyes, I don't actually connect the bottom lid very much. There's often, I'm going to do it in red just so it's a little more obvious. There's often a little gap here. The reason being is because the eye has three-dimensionality to it. It's a sphere, okay, from the side here, and you have sort of this bulge that comes out. It's not a perfectly flat or round object for your iris, and because of this like little nipple shape here, okay, what happens is when your eye is looking in a direction, this bulge here is going to push on the bottom lid, and it's going to stretch it out. Also, because the bottom lid is on the bottom, it's going to catch a lot more light. And so it's going to end up having more exposure, which just means, like, if you've ever taken a picture and it's super washed out and super bright and super white, that's exposure. It's excess light, right? And so you're going to get excess light, which is going to make it a little bit difficult to differentiate where the lines are. You can use line weight to indicate light sources and light where light is touching, where it's not touching. It's just one way you can use line art. You don't have to do it that way. But anyway, so that's why there's a bunch of reasons, but I find stylistically, I typically disconnect and thin out the bottom lid. Not always. Top-down poses, I don't think I do it as much. But generally speaking, you'll see it all over the place when I'm doing my eyes. Right? See? It's all over the place on my drawings. Even here. Not so much here. Bottom up. I don't do it as much. But neutral or below poses, I will do it. Maybe not below, actually, isn't it? Okay, maybe I do. Okay. Now, real quick, if we're going into anatomy of the eyeball, I don't know all the parts of the eye super duper duper well, but you start with the sphere. Let's do a 3/4 eye. Then you've got the top lid. It comes over top, and it's got to wrap that form. And then the bottom lid comes below here, also wrapping that form. Now, inside here, if you want to get fancy, and even if we're talking about stylistic, I do this all the time. I'll add these double lines in here, only on the inner side of the perspective. Okay, or sorry, the inner. It's hard to say. If you're doing a 3/4 pose, where the head is tilted this way, then you're going to show the inner eyelid, because that's what you can see from this side, okay? You wouldn't add a double line here, because your eye can't actually see past this lid. But it can see, I'm exaggerating the thickness of it, but it can see the thickness of the lid when you're looking at it from this side, okay? You wouldn't see it on this side, because you're facing away from that, but you would see it on that side. And same if you're drawing an eyeball. Like here, you'll see it on this outer edge here, but you won't see it on this inner edge. And then just flip that if you're drawing a head the other way. Same deal. Okay? I'm just gonna get rid of this. And then back to the anatomy. So again, the lid. You want to show the roundness of the eyeball. You've got your tear duct here, somewhere around here, roughly. I don't know. I don't actually know where the tear duct connects to. I don't know if it's the lid or whatever. I just sort of do like a little triangular mishmash thing here. So you've got that thickness here. I'll add sometimes little lines like this to indicate the volume of the eye. Because the eyeball continues underneath the lid here, right? And because it's continuing, it's going to push up on that top lid. So you've got sort of this grid thing going on. You go back down to run and hide. You know, something like that. And then the brow. The brow usually on a 3/4 is going to be extended a little bit farther out from the eye. And that's it. That's really the quick and dirty of eye anatomy. Snack, do you know a guideline that allows you to nail the depression that defines the far zygomatic bone in a 3/4 angle? You mean like the zygomatic bone, I think, is this one that comes in here, right? This thing here. And then it connects like this. Yeah, I'll give you a little trick on how to identify it. I'm just going to read what Symphony said, because I don't want to skip over too much. How does that align with the head? Like the corner of the eye go with the bulb, but still have... I don't know what you mean by that. Won't it disappear as the head is 3/4? Isn't that dumb 3/4 almost profile angle? Not disappear, but part of it disappear? Oh, you mean as the head rotates? This, I guess, comes back to what Black Knight's asking. Like the edge of the eye here. You're talking about like this region here, right? You guys are both talking about this region. Yeah, I guess it can. It also sometimes doesn't. I typically, stylistically, will always show that zygomatic bone. Because I feel like you're either going to see it or it's going to be completely covered by the nose. So let's say we draw a head real quick. Let's draw a 3/4 eyeball from that side. We've got a brow bone here. The zygomatic bone typically what I do, I gotta Google zygomatic bone because I don't want to be saying zygomatic bone if I'm not talking about the right thing. Zygomatic arch. I think it's the one on the edge of the eye. Yes. Okay. So the zygomatic arch is what I do typically is it has sort of this curvature to it. Okay. And then it connects to the cheekbone here. If you want to find where this curve happens, look to the corner of the eye. Wherever you've put that corner of the eye is typically where you're gonna have that zygomatic arch. Roughly. Like I could move it down, I could move it up. It doesn't have to be like super duper duper exactly lined up perfectly like this, let's say. But it does have to be sort of in that range. It has to be in this sort of zone. You know what I mean? So that's sort of how I position it. If I put it too low, it's going to feel weird. It's not going to feel right. Like, if I have it down here, maybe if it's like an anime head, but now it just feels like the eye's out of position. You know? It doesn't feel right to me. I typically line it up with the corner of the eye. And if you look at my art here, you'll probably see that, yeah, it's more or less lined up there. It's more or less lined up there, right? Corner of the eye. This one's the front on. You're not really going to see it as much. Corner of the eye, lined up there. This guy's got hair in the way, but it is more or less lined up in there. This guy's a little bit flatter, so it's a bad example. This guy's, interestingly enough, this guy's corner of the eye is really high up. Because he's got a really high tilt on his eye here. But I still have it sort of lined up there. This one, actually, this guy has a really low corner of the eye. But I still have it lined up roughly there. Right, so that's usually where I put the zygomatic arch, okay? So you squeeze the eye until it matches, not like the cut it out at the end of the corner. Not exactly sure what you mean. Do you mean like as the head turns more, does the eye start to overlap the zygomatic arch to where the eye is the only thing that's visible and not the arch? You could do that. I don't typically do that. Personally, I don't typically do that. It's not wrong, though. It just depends on your anatomy. Got hit by an ad? Okay, well, that's a good point. If there are ads running right now, I gotta piss. Gonna go piss. Hee. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Yo, what the fuck is with YouTube music? It's a random Nintendo playlist, dude. You can't play copyrighted music on YouTube. Believe it or not. But yeah, what you're saying, essentially, what I think he's saying is when you draw an eyeball in a more realistic style, the eyeball, because of its volume, will have sort of this this effect where it bulges out on the edge of the skull here. And that typically will overlap that zygomatic arch. It looks like he has like pink eye, dude. His eye is like so puffy. I don't normally draw my eyes like this, but yeah, you could totally do this if you're going for like a more realistic look on an eye. You could totally do that. Yeah, you could totally do that. At a 3/4 angle, sometimes the eye will pop out. I want anime, not realistic. I mean, you probably still could. I do feel like the risk with anime eyes, though, is... I've always felt like when you have it, like, flush... Like, if you ever see, like, an anime eye... And it's like, you know... Let's say even they have, like, an eyelash here... Let's say we're going like anime girl eye or whatever, and the brow would be basically just like a line, you know, something like that. To me, it's always felt flat. I think something just like is unappealing about the way like when you have like an anime eye just completely flush to the face like that. I've never personally liked it. It's always felt very flat to me. This is a personal choice, and I feel like sometimes you guys will submit art, and I'll give you a critique where I'm like, I don't like that it's like super flush to the eye there, to the side of the head. The truth is, it's not wrong. If you're drawing a realistic eye, sometimes the eye will actually be like protruding out from the side of the head. I just don't like it personally, stylistically, okay? So I typically won't. I'll always show the zygomatic arch. I'll almost always show it on a 3/4 angle like this. I just find it looks so much nicer. It shows depth. It shows three-dimensionality. It feels better to me. It's always just sort of felt better to me. And it could just be that I'm not skilled at drawing it flush, but I feel like that flattening, where you have this tangenting, is just... There's certain things in art that are just no-nos, okay? And having things be tangenting or touching the edge of something else is just... It's one of those things. So I always tend to show the zygomatic arch. Mostly because anime-style eyes are a little bit flatter. And so if you want to sell that overlap or sell that depth or three-dimensionality, I feel like it works a little bit better. Another thing I've seen people do, and if you guys like EO58, look at the way he does 3/4 eyes. Sometimes he'll just leave this disconnected. So he won't even connect the brow bone and the cheekbone here along the zygomatic arch. Sometimes he'll just leave it blank. And I feel like the reason he does that is for the exact reason that I mentioned. Is I feel like it flattens things out a lot. EO58. I'll try and pull up an example. He does it all the time. I should be able to pull it up pretty easily. Let me find some EO58 art here. His art is very hard to find because he never fucking posts anywhere. Let me go to his YouTube. I'll find a screenshot. Yeah, okay. So I just clicked on like the first video I could find. I don't know if you guys are familiar with EO58. I think currently alive, he's probably one of the best artists to do it. I really think he's like fucking insanely goated. This drawing does not do him justice. This is not the greatest drawing of his, but it illustrates what I'm trying to say. when he does a 3/4 pose, I'll put it at the same perspective. You see how he leaves it disconnected? He has the eye sticking out here, but he just doesn't draw it. And I think that's intentional because it feels like it flattens out the image whenever you add the zygomatic arch there. So that's really what I would say, is if you're doing anime style, just don't connect it. Or if you do, make sure like it's sticking out past the eye, so it doesn't feel like a tangent. Okay. I thought you could just I thought you could, but it just mutes the VOD. Yeah, Solo, I guess you can't. I can play copyrighted music on YouTube, but then when people are gonna watch it when I'm offline, which is most people on my YouTube, they're just not gonna hear anything. It's just gonna be quiet, which is no bueno. So Symphony, my advice to you would be just don't draw it. If your eye is really close to the edge here, just don't connect it. See how I didn't connect it? It feels totally fine, you know? Oh, redeemed, speak French. Okay, it's 1:15. Comment vas-tu, frérot? Pas pire. Je suis un peu fatigué. J'ai pas bien dormi hier, mais... Ah non, hier soir, actuellement, comme... j'ai bien dormi hier soir, mais j'ai pas mis mon alarme ce matin. Donc, j'ai dormi jusqu'à comme 9h45. Et d'habitude, je me lève à 7h45 le matin, mais aujourd'hui, je me suis dit comme... pas d'alarme, je vais juste dormir comme... le plus que je peux, parce que j'avais de la difficulté de dormir jeudi puis vendredi à cause de quelque chose qui se passait au travail. Mais... ouais, donc... je sais que c'était pas exactement ce que tu voulais me demander quand t'as dit « Comment vas-tu, frérot? » Mais... ouais, en tout cas. Anyways, c'est ça. Il parle français? Il parle pas en français, là. Oui, je parle en français. Je viens pas de la France. Putain. On dit pas putain ici au Canada. On dit esti, on dit calice, on dit sacrament. Merde, on dit merde des fois, I guess. C'est pas super commun d'entendre quelqu'un dire merde. D'habitude, on dirait plus comme Chris ou calice, sacrament. Un accent tellement agressif quand il parle en français, ben c'est parce qu'on est Canadien ici. C'est un différent accent, je pense. Différent accent que les Français de la France. Arrête, s'il vous plaît. Non, je veux pas arrêter. Non, ça fait à peu près 2 minutes, donc je pense que je devrais arrêter. Anyways, that was me speaking French for 1 minute. Could you add a little spit to the extra français? Français. Votre français est très difficile pour moi de comprendre. Ok, je vais parler avec un accent métropole. Bon, bref, mais moi, je parle un peu le français. Je vais aller pour une petite marche. Peut-être que je vais me prendre un petit café pour mon petit déjeuner. Je vais aller à la boulangerie. Je vais me procurer un petit pain au chocolat. Bof. Oh là là, oh là 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 là. That's my impression of a Frenchman from France. Was that racist, guys? I don't know. You tell me in the chat. Stop speaking your made-up language. Le fromage, oh là là, j'aime le fromage, le miel. Non, le fromage, le miel. Omelette du fromage. Omelette du fromage. Pas du. Omelette du fromage. Les légumes. Someone told me that the Canadian accent is an actual OG French and the French one is the new one. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds fun. It is true. So the reason French Canadians sound different than metropolitan French people from France. Well, look. Okay, I'm going to be speaking with very little conviction here. I don't know if it's 100% true, but my understanding is because French Canadians immigrated to Canada in like the 1600s, a lot of people who live, particularly in Quebec, speak with an old French accent, whereas the French accent in Europe evolved in that time period and is a little bit more modernized. So yes, French Canadian, from what I understand, is old French. So it's the way French people in France used to speak before the accent changed, I guess, over time. And then if you're, because I think, Symphony, you said you're from Algeria, they were colonized by the French, I want to say, in the 1800s. Algeria, colonization, colony of France. 1830. Damn, dude, I know my fucking history, bro. The French colonized Algeria in 1830. And so the accent that you guys have is a little bit more similar to the modern French accent, whereas because there's almost a 500-year gap between like modern France and the colonization of Canada, we have a more of an old French accent. And so French Canadians speak the way that people in France used to speak roughly 500 years ago. So if it's hard for you to... You know what's funny? I can actually understand the French accent really well, but French people from France can't understand the English accent very well. It's almost like British and American English. The British accent is a lot flatter than the American accent. There's a lot more stress put on words in the American accent, and it's very similar with French from France and Canadian. Canadian French is Old French? Correct, yeah. It's basically like the way they spoke, like, years ago, I guess, like 500 years ago, roughly. It hasn't changed much. It's probably gotten a lot more crass, to be honest. I'm sure there's a lot more curse words now than there were back then, but yeah. I'm Lebanese and we were colonized, that's why I speak French, modern accent. Now I'm studying in France, that's ironic. I'm also Lebanese. So, represent, big ups my Lebanese people. Shufik Habibi. I'm lesbianese? I know you are, dude. Pas bien, j'ai l'impression que t'es au niveau CD sur la langue. Moi, j'ai jusqu'à B2, donc je dois faire plus... Je dois plus m'engager de la langue pour me faire améliorer. Bien oui, moi aussi je suis algérien. I don't know I've never tested my French, like, in like an academic setting, like, for second language learners. French is English is my more commonly used language, because all of my friends speak English, okay? But I grew up going to French school. The only English school I've ever attended in my life is college. That's it. High school, middle school, elementary school, 100% French. I went to French school growing up. If you know être en avoir, you've aced it. It's not that hard. Hey, Lebanon, represent. I should clarify, I'm a quarter Lebanese. I'm mostly French Canadian. I'm like 3/4 French Canadian, 1/4 Lebanese. Is that true? It is true. I went to school in not in France. I went to school in French. Just those two and you'll be okay? No, that's not true at all. Don't listen to Symphony. I'm like a quarter German, I think. Still white as paper. Yeah, well, I mean, being mixed with something white is gonna do that. Anyways, what were we doing? Critiques. What's next on the list? We got Piss, I think. Piss, I don't have a lot to add to this. I think it's beautiful. I think you actually really well executed this painting. I think it's one of the best things I've seen from you so far. There's not a lot of advice I'm gonna give you on this one, dog. I'm gonna be real with you. It's very big, though. I will say, sending me a giant like image is it's basically like DDoSing my CSV file. You could bring this eye in. The eye is a little small. If you're looking at sort of the proportions here, like, I think you're a little bit small. I would bring this eye in more. Like, I get you're doing the stylized thing where she's got sort of that Anya Taylor, whatever fucking Sid the Sloth type eyeballs. That's totally fine, but you gotta maintain the height between both of them. I don't think you actually need to push it that much, but it just needs to be a little bit bigger. That's it, really. I don't think there's any big noticeable issues on this for me. I'm trying to think. I mean, there's like some weirdness in these areas. Like this top lid here, or this top of the lip here is bigger than this top of the lip. I think that would be a little bit more uniform, probably. Unless she's intentionally asymmetrical. I know humans are not perfectly symmetrical, but that feels more like a mistake to me. I don't have a whole lot to give you on this, dude. I think it's well executed. I think you did a good job. Really? Hair flat? I don't think the hair's flat at all. I don't think you need a bazillion little details and shit. One thing I will say is the level of detail in the hair is light, okay? I think what you could do is push the level of detail in the face, and then that way the contrast of having more detail in the face is going to feel a lot more intentional with the lack of detail in the hair. That's what I would say. And you could do like things like more value ranges in the eyes, more depth. Like you could add some shadow in here. Obviously, it's a little bit it's side lit here, right? So maybe you'd have more shadow in this area, and then actually have like more of a transition of value here, and then you could get more depth out of it. I could do, I guess, a little bit of a paint over to show what I'm talking about. But generally speaking, Piss, I think this looks great. I don't think there's a whole lot I would recommend you do to change. Maybe I would push the value ranges in here a little bit. Go a little darker under the lid, you know? Stuff like that. Maybe in here you could go a little bit, show a little bit more form. You know, this is the type of stuff I would probably do if I want to really sort of sell the detail. Is just sort of push all the stuff that's already here. You could also probably get quite a bit darker, like in this upper area here. Especially on the sclera. Your sclera, I feel like you're probably going to catch a little bit of light up here. You know? So doing stuff like that, just having a little bit more value range could really help. Also, I do ask, guys, if you guys are posting studies of other people's work, just drop a credit to the other artist, you know? That's all. Now, this is very clearly a study. Okay, and I've seen Piss's work a billion times already, so. But we are going to be getting a little bit stricter on the server, in particular around, you know, tracing. We're going to be a lot more. This is not a tracing, guys. So this is not. Don't conflate what I'm saying right now with this drawing. But we are going to be a lot stricter on the server, as we've had a lot of people posting tracings. But we know you're tracing, guys. Okay, we know you're tracing. So this is just a warning that we are going to be removing posts if there are tracings that are not credited. What happened? I'm not pointing to anything in particular, but I just want everybody to know that we are going to be policing that a lot more aggressively. If you see your post disappear, it's probably because we found the original image of it. So anyways, all that to say, I would just push the value ranges a little bit more, okay? I could post the ref for this portrait if you'd like, to see what I was going for. Yeah, sure, do it. Okay. I've been going around asking artists how to efficiently design outfits for characters. How do you do it? That's a really tough answer. That's a very nuanced thing. We can go into it a little bit, but I would need like a full. I don't want to listen to this song. I would need like a full breakdown to like properly. I don't even think I could properly explain it. It's so complicated. Generally speaking, shapes. Okay? Appealing shapes. That's going to be your bread and butter. Sometimes you must, in some places, like a particular hand pose. That's just not true, dude. You shouldn't be tracing anything when you're doing an artwork. If you're studying something, look, tracing is a tool, guys, that you can use to identify form and shapes that you like, and ways that you can simplify things for yourself. But you shouldn't be tracing things when you're drawing something original, okay? If you're posting something on the internet, I mean, look, if you want to take a picture of your own hand, and you want to trace your own hand, I mean, there's technically no plagiarism involved in that. You took the reference image, you used your own hand, you took your own photo, you used yourself as reference. That's fine. But what are you getting out of it? Your brain is off. And fabric folds? No, dude. You gotta get out of this mentality. You gotta get out of this mentality. You're not learning when you're tracing things, guys. You're not. Your brain is off. Now, if you're tracing with the intent to extract information from something, then it's fine, okay? You're using it as a tool to enrich your understanding of form and stuff. But if you're tracing something to pass it off in your work because you don't want to actually study something, then you're cheating, bro. You can't be doing that. But I mean, when you're practicing, sure, but you can't be posting it on the internet and being like, hey, this is my drawing. What about copying? Copying's fine. Like, this is a copy. This drawing is a copy. But it's interpreted, like, there's an aspect of filtering when you copy something that you're never going to get the exact same thing. It's not going to be a one-to-one. Your brain is going to distort it in a way that your brain understands it. And so a copy is is obviously better than a tracing. I still think if you're copying a source material, you should reference it, at least when you're posting something, you know? Or at least say, this is mention in your post, study of such and such person, or study of this, if you're not posting the original image, right? Like, these drawings up here, these aren't copies, but this design, this character design is not these three in particular. This character design here is not my original design. Now, the artist that drew this didn't draw these expressions or these poses. These are my original expressions. But I can't claim to own this character, right? Like, if I drew a story, I couldn't throw this guy into this story. I mean, this one, I'm not gonna lie, this one is kind of debatable just because of how much I've changed it, but it's still kind of on the line-ish. I wouldn't really fault anyone for something like this, but... What's your opinion on rotoscoping? Rotoscoping's usually pretty obvious. I think typically my issue with rotoscoping is when people post a rotoscope drawing that's very clearly, or a rotoscoped animation that's very clearly rotoscoped animating. I see this all the time on Reddit. It drives me fucking crazy. People will post like a rotoscoped drawing that is like very clearly rotoscoped, and they'll be like, this is my first time animating, isn't it? I'm just a beginner animator, guy. It's like, bro, you're just copying somebody else's shit. I think if you're rotoscoping something, it's totally fine. I think if you're trying... The issue, guys, is the deceit. Okay? That's the issue. There's nothing wrong with tracing. There's nothing wrong with copying. There's nothing wrong with taking somebody else's, like, source material to study from. There's nothing wrong with that. Nobody should ever fault you for that. And if they do, you're in the right, and you can know in confidence that you are in the right. Okay? But if you copy or trace something, and you try and pass it off as your own, that's the problem. It's not the act of copying and tracing. It's the intent of passing it off as something that's wholly original. That's the crux of the problem. That's the denominator here. Okay? So that's the problem. I said the reference, by the way, if you wanna know what's the word, accentuate what you're saying. Sure. Yeah, it's nice. And I think this artist, honestly, this artist is doing a lot of what I said to do, right, in your piece. So if you look at the original one here. If you look at yours, the value ranges are a lot flatter. there's a lot more of what I'm talking about here with value ranges. Like there's some dark in here, there's some dark in here. You know, there's a lot of value shifts here. This is darker here. These value changes are a lot more graphical. Whereas yours is a lot, I mean, I drew over it. Yours is a lot more subdued. And so that's sort of what I was critiquing earlier, is it just feels like this is all one big shape in terms of value range, right? Whereas I'm looking at this one and I'm seeing there's some hue shift here, there's some value changes here, you know, all of these little regions and nooks and crannies have all of these big transitions that are selling the form. Like, even when I'm just tracing over top of these forms, you could tell what the plane of the face is, right? They're just a lot more graphical with it. Whereas I feel like yours is a little bit more subdued, almost a little bit flatter. So that's sort of what I'm talking about when I say you got to go in here and add more sort of value ranges, more detailing. And then by doing that, what's going to happen, it's going to feel like this lack of detail up here is a little bit more intentional. But if there's a lack of detail a little bit more across the board, it just feels less detailed, right? So that would be my big critique. Wouldn't tracing help you with line weight and flow? Yeah, totally, dude. It can. It can. But like I said, it's all like tracing is a study tool. Tracing is a study tool. It's not a thing that you use to produce work that you pass off as original work. Now, that being said, I want to be clear here, okay? There are contexts where it is appropriate, but they're far and few between. And what I mean by that is, let's say you're a mangaka, okay? And I see this all the time. Let's say you're a mangaka, and you need to hit a deadline, and you need to draw a bunch of poses. You can take some 3D model online and trace your drawing over that. And the 3D models are there for the purpose of using it that way. Like the people who create these 3D models do them to be used as a base. So there's no infringement here. There's no concern with stealing people's work. There's none of that, okay? So the sort of malice is taken out of it, right? And I think that's totally fair. And I think you could totally do that. And there's no fault in doing that. But what I see is a lot of people posting work that is found online. And I know this, like, my mods are finding, like, stuff online. They're like, hey, guys, like they're like, hey, Snack, like, you know, people are just straight up tracing shit. And there are very few people who do it. I will say there are very few people who do it. But we know who you are on the Discord. And we're going to be watching you. We're going to be watching you. All right? So, from now on, I don't know if you've seen, I've updated the rules because it's been such a problem for a while. And I get we're getting a little bitchy here. But I feel like I've been very chill on it for a while, and I've been trying to manage it off of the Discord, but it keeps happening. And so we've implemented a rule where if you post studies where it's a one-to-one copy, we would like to see you post the original image, okay? And I'm going to be messaging people if they post on the Discord with a drawing. We're going to be asking that they include at least a reference to the artist or the original image. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. And to be clear, Vane or Piss, I'm not. This is not like a commentary on you or whatever. I know that these are studies because I've seen your work like a bazillion times, and you've never hidden it from me. Okay, so don't. This is not like a Piss commentary. Okay, but I just think, you know, maybe we're gonna be trying to apply this a little bit more, just to be a little bit more upfront. And I think the way you know whether you need to post an image or not is ask yourself, did you use one reference or did you use multiple reference? The second you start getting into using multiple references, the more it becomes an original piece and the less you need to actually like mention it, okay? Like these guys, where are they? I did some drawings a while ago. These guys here, this guy here, I had my reference up when I was drawing this. I had a reference for the pants, okay? I had a reference for the pants. I had a reference for the boot. I had a reference for this armor. That's it, really. But all these three different sections all had different references. I don't need to go around and post every single fucking reference I use. This is my work, okay? You know, it's like, it's very defined as my own at this point. You're far enough away from the source that you could call it a new thing. That's sort of what I would say, is if you have enough reference sources, you could kind of call it original. JV official, how you doing, big dog? How you doing? What's rotoscoping? It's basically having a source video and just kind of just tracing over it, essentially, to capture the action. A lot of old Disney stuff was rotoscoped. But the nice thing with Disney is what they would do is they would hire actors, pay them, right? They would record their own videos, and then they would trace over the recordings of the references that they recorded themselves. So they wholly owned the process. But what also happens with rotoscoping is people will just trace over other people's animations or artwork or whatever, and then claim it as their own. And that's a no bueno. Can't be doing that. You could take elements of other people's work, like timing, spacing, motion, paths of action, all that stuff. Have you ever traced Snack and like posted online as my own? No. Have I ever traced, period? Yeah, totally. I do it all the time. I trace all the time, guys. I'm a dirty tracer, okay? But I do it for the intent of learning. Have you ever traced, I mean like your own? Like, have I ever traced and then said I did it? No, I've never done. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. When I started drawing, really, no, I've never traced. But I've definitely done copies where I've probably posted online when I first started, when I was like learning to draw, where I would like draw like an anime character, let's say, and just post like the study online without posting like a, by the way, this is this anime character from this show and this is the original artwork. I've probably done that for sure, you know. But I think it's sort of there's a gradient, I guess. It's all on a spectrum, and I think it's intent matters. And I feel like if you asked me, if you were like, hey, where's this from? And I was like, oh, it's from this anime, from this drawing, I wouldn't hide it or anything like that. You know what I mean? Cheater, you dirty tracer. I'm such a bad little boy, guys. I'm such a naughty little mouse. I can imagine stick figure fights get rotoscoped a lot now that I know what it is. Maybe. I actually don't know. I feel like the nice thing with stick figure animations is that you don't actually, like, a lot of it is for testing out, like, composition and choreography and stuff like that. Like, a lot of fight choreography is, sort of, well, I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyways, ignore what I'm saying. I don't know where I was going with that. Fuck my English. Recently, I feel like my English hit the 50% discount, and I no longer can deliver my ideas. Alright, since the Discord rules got tighter, I'll post the original to my studies, because not gonna lie, all I do is studies. Do it, bro. Do it up. You don't have to go back pissed, by the way, and like, I know you're doing studies. Okay, this isn't, you're not the one I'm thinking of in my head when I'm thinking of people who trace shit, okay? Don't worry. I'm not mad at anybody in particular. I've just noticed a pattern of it happening all the time, and so I feel like I've got to get a little bit more aggro on it. What was I saying? Okay, we're gonna move on to Yeti. I feel like I had another question that I was like ignoring. Snack's mad at me? Honestly, Yeti, you always post your reference, so I don't have to worry about you at all. And again, guys, to be clear, if your drawing is a mix of multiple reference sources and your own creations, like if you're doing your own hairstyles, you know, your own fabric fold, whatever, you know, but it's also, you know, partly copied off of other references that you found online, you know, that's totally fair, guys. Totally fair. That's not like what I'm talking about. That's not bad. That's okay. You can do that. Okay? Like this drawing here, there are elements of it that I stole from online. I'll show you. So, what do we got? Where's the jacket for this guy? See? Look, I had these up on stream. This jacket here, I stole these shapes from that. Now, it's not the exact same pose. There's no hood on it. right? I've taken some liberties. I've gotten rid of that, like, strap that he had. I could add it. You know? But I've interpreted the reference. It's been warped through my brain into my own thing. Right? This arm here, also, is based off of, this like, fisherman I found on the internet. Right? Let me see if I can find it. It's probably somewhere. The hand, the hand is kind of my own, but the actual pose with the stick, totally stole that. I totally stole that, guys. So, like, the point of what I'm trying to make is not that you cannot use reference and claim your work as being original. It's just that if the more you move in towards only using a single reference, the more you need to feel the responsibility to mention it. That's all. Okay? Here's the pose. Here's the original inspiration for the arm. See? See, I use reference, guys, okay? I use reference. There's nothing wrong with using reference. You could steal poses, you could steal clothing, you could do all of that shit. But the second you start doing it only with one reference, and one reference only, the more you start getting into, like, danger zone, okay? Think of it as like a little meter, where the more you're only using a single reference source, the more you're getting into no-no territory. One reference, your meter's fully red. The nice thing is your meter's always starting fully red, okay? If the reference pick is of myself, I ain't sending it. You don't need to. If the reference pick is of your own, you own the reference. You don't even need to... You could probably trace the whole thing. Obviously, you know, mention that you traced it. Actually, you don't even need to. Fuck it, whatever. You don't have to. If you're the reference, if the reference is you and you took the photo, you own the reference. Who gives a shit? Do whatever you want with it. You know, your meter, just assume if you're using reference to draw from, your meter's always in the red. In terms of you needing to mention it. The more references you add, the more this danger zone meter starts to drop. Okay? And you start to get into a territory where it's like, oh, you know what? Maybe I don't have to actually mention my references. Okay? And you can claim it as wholly your own. And then the more, like this face is completely me. Right? This hand, completely me. These legs, partly me, I think. I used a reference originally, and I changed it so much that I would just say it's wholly me, right? So this arm area here I referenced, and this jacket I referenced. That's probably the most referenced aspect of this drawing. And so you get into it, like in this case, I would say it's green. I could post this online. I don't need to say that I used reference for this, okay? It's obvious. I don't need to say it. This is my drawing. It's safe. But if I were drawing literally like this, okay, and I was doing this or whatever, I don't need to post this drawing, but I need to, at minimum, say this is a study of a cloak I found online or something like that. I don't know. With clothing, it's a little different, but, you know. But if let's say the guy who took the photo of this came back and was like, Snack is tracing, or Snack is copying my work without giving credit, he'd probably be in the right. He'd probably be in the right. Granted, it would be... That's a really rare case, but it would probably not be in the wrong. What's a worse crime than tracing in art? Not much. AI, I guess. Tracing AI art would be absolutely the worst thing you could do. Most likely. Because it copies tracing and, like, copyright infringement. You start in green if you're the reference. Exactly. You're starting green if you're the reference. Stitch Witch May, how you doing? You're a freaking Nancy viewer from Nancy Nation, dude. Yeah, let me get rid of these references so that I can go back to stealing work. Where the hell is? Anyways, Piss, my advice is basically the same thing as it was before. Try to break this down into different zones and have a little bit more value range. Understand these planes a little bit better, all that stuff. And that's it, really. That's what I would say. That's what I'll leave you with. Also, make that eye bigger. And if you can't fix the lip. Feels a little odd, but... I just mean like the height proportions on the lip here. I guess you don't really have to. It just feels a little weird to me, but that's all. That would be my advice on this. I will admit, I do want to study how AI does hair. Guys, I'm gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. If you're using AI as reference, I don't give a shit, personally. It's probably not good to generate it. You probably should avoid it. You probably should avoid it. I want to say, emotionally, I don't care. But, like, logically, you probably should avoid it. But if you're dumb like me, I've probably actually used reference that I didn't actually realize was AI. Especially early on, when it was harder for me to understand or whatever. So, mistakes happen. I'm not gonna ball bust over shit like that. This whole speech just sort of came from my Discord in particular, where I feel like there have been individuals who have been posting tracings. And historically, my policy with the mods was you always handle it in DMs. I don't want to name and shame. That's not my style. I don't like dragging drama into the public eye and making people feel bad. Because I recognize people learn. People don't know this stuff until they know it, right? Like, you might not know of all the sort of, like, cultural aspects of art and using reference. And a lot of you guys I know are beginner artists. Some of you have just started drawing. I don't want to bully the fuck out of people, you know, in the Discord who've, like, done a tracing and maybe might not realize. But I do think at a certain point, when it becomes a problem, and especially if you've been spoken to and you keep doing it, I'm going to be a little bit less chill about it. We're going to just be like, hey, you got to post your reference, you got to post your source. No bueno. So that's sort of my mentality. If you guys think that's too mean, tough. Deal with it. I think it's fair. Much like Tuco Salamanca, I'm fair but just, okay? Or whatever the fucking quote is, you get it. Sometimes I think about stock photo images. I feel like when you get into, like, copyright-free material, like, the thing is, there are people who create reference sources that are intended to be used as reference sources. And sometimes those creators will ask to be quoted, sometimes they'll be asked to be tagged, and sometimes they don't give a fuck. Now, I recognize if you're finding, like, a thing secondhand on, like, Pinterest, like, let's say I create a reference pack of me spreading my butthole, okay, and I'm like, here's a compilation of me spreading my butthole from 20 million different angles. You can use it as reference. Just tag me. Just tag me when you use my reference of me spreading my butthole on the internet, dude. That's all I ask. Just tag me. But then that gets taken, put on Pinterest. They remove the caption of me saying, please tag me when I'm spreading my butthole on the internet. Okay? And you use that as a pose, and then I come after you and I'm like, hey, bro, you're totally fine to use my references of me with my butthole spread, but you have to tag me, so the whole world can know that I'm the guy who spreads my butthole on the internet for free, okay? And if that's the case, it's kind of tough to get mad at somebody because they just don't know, right? Like, there's probably pose sources on Pinterest that are pulled from other third-party sources that are the original source, but it's just like it's so many layers removed, like. Plagiarism and tracing and all this shit, it's a really complicated thing to police. There's a lot of gray zone in it. There's a lot of use cases where it's like, it's, you know, it's not that bad, it's okay, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's weird, okay? It's weird. Like when I was in animation, when I worked in the industry, your supervisor would draw over your work and he would give you a red line. And the intent is for you to one-to-one take that red line and apply it to your work, okay? Like, he doesn't want me taking his work and using it as reference and doing something a little bit different. He's like, no, draw the arm in this fucking position, put the pupil in this exact fucking spot. Any other spot is like, I get you don't want to trace or whatever, but we gotta get this right. We're working in a TV production, like, context. We can't be, like, so in that case, it's like, yeah, if my supervisor's giving me a draw over, he wants me to do it that exact way, okay? So in that context, there's no, like, yeah, I'm copying his work one-to-one, but, like, contextually, it's totally fine, because we're working within a bigger, like, pipeline. You know, I don't know how to explain. There's just so many niche cases it's a very difficult thing to police. I don't really like plagiarism policing. But I think if you're a repeat offender, I'm coming for your ass, dude. I'm coming on that ass, dude. If you're a repeat offender, just know I'm coming on that ass. Switch Which May. I made a coloring book of Gaga by rotoscoping her wild outfits. A friend said I did enough artistic license that it was not a problem, but still I don't share it. Rotoscoping's weird. I haven't fleshed out my opinions on rotoscoping yet. It's not really the style of animation I do, but I don't know. Rotoscoping's a tough one for me still. I would have to, like, talk to more animators to get a feel for what the cultural, like, norm is and what's okay, but... My guess is, I think if you're rotoscoping something, it's probably safer to just mention it at least, you know? I think if you're rotoscoping and you say, look at this thing that is totally not rotoscoped, that's a problem, for sure. It's tougher to say, though. I know people rotoscope, like, action poses and, like, you know, dynamic movement and stuff like that all the time, but I don't know. The rotoscoping's a weird one. Oh, no lying? Exactly, no lying. Fam, snack, you freaky? I'm really not, dude. I'm factory issue, dude. Stock. Nothing too crazy about me. Alright. We've done Piss's critique here. I'm gonna delete the shit from Piss here. That's one. And then that's another one. Let's delete the shit from Piss. It is a weird technique. I just wanted a cool coloring book. Made a coloring book of Gaga by rotoscoping her wild outfits. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I would probably... If it were me, personally, I'd probably still mention it. I'd probably, like, put something like, look at this coloring book of Gaga's weird outfits I made or something. And the reality is, guys, I know it feels sometimes when you post stuff like that online and you mention a reference, as an artist, it almost feels like it's less yours. But I don't think it's ever perceived like that. But it is always, like, the safer route. If you have to worry, if you're a little worried, just say it. I think it'll save you any headaches. You don't have to say it fucking forever, you know what I mean? But, like, as long as you've said it at some point, and not tried to hide it, I think it's fine. Okay, we got more critiques. What do we got? Yeti, you're next. Yeti, you still here? Is she here? Let me see. And then I think I'm going to do some animating after this. Just because we've done critiques for the past 2 hours. And talking mad shit. By the way, I'm going to do it on a different canvas, actually, just because I'm running out of room on this one. I should have done that earlier. Go to the one with more space. The Naruto one. We're gonna get rid of Shireen's thing too, actually. Heavy glow. Would you consider doing Wordle on stream? Probably not. I've never used Wordle in my life. I'm just not a big Wordle user, I suppose. Do you mean like for you guys or for me? Like, I'm basically an art purist channel. I don't think there's never been any gaming on this channel. The only thing we've ever done is art. Okay, Yeti. There you are. Okay, you're here. I think your gesture... Ooh, your gesture is actually a little bit better on this one. But I think your gesture is still a little weak. Especially, I'm going to focus on this one right now, okay? I'll save up for the gaming stream redeem and make sure you do that that day's Wordle. Imagine, dude. That would be the fucking... I would give you guys a full stream. If somebody did that just for the meme, I would give you guys a full gaming stream on top of that. Just because it would feel so bad if somebody spent 600,000 channel points to make me play Wordle. Okay, I'm looking at this Yeti, and I'm seeing a bit of an S-curve here. Right? I'm seeing an S-curve as the main gesture going through this pose. And on yours, it's there, but it's not as strong. I think the reason being is because you're not applying the pinch and stretch of the midsection. Oh, fuck. So there's a strong pinch here. There's a little bit of a little taper in here, but I would just sort of treat this as like almost like one simple line. Whereas yours is almost a little bit more even. Maybe it's a little bit stronger on this side, but it's not. It's not enough. So I would say I would push this more, and I would bring this out more, something like that. And then the leg I would just bring in a little bit more. The head's fine. There's more space. You put too much space between the shoulder and the head. This is a common mistake that I see. Whenever a character is elevating their shoulder, typically you will also get a narrowing of the space between their neck and shoulder. And there's a lot of elegant lady poses in particular, where like ladies will, I don't know, flare their fingers or whatever the fuck. Whatever elegant ladies do, okay? I'm not a lady expert by any means. But if you really want to sell it, just get rid of the neck. Or reduce the neck. You can still show it a little bit, but just a lot less. Like, she's got some neck in here, and she's got some neck in here. But that's it, really. And I think if I'm looking at yours, there's too much neck here. You've adjusted it. So I'm assuming this is the first drawing you did, Yeti. And I'm assuming this is the second drawing. Because I see a lot of improvements and a lot of stuff I'm talking about here. But I think when you're studying gestures or poses, you kind of want to get the essence of the pose rather than the literal pose itself. And so I'm looking at a lot of these simplifications and seeing how much I can push it. Like, I know this pose is kind of just like this, but maybe I want to push that even more. So maybe my iteration of this would be pushed more to see how much I can exaggerate this. And you're training your brain to go past sort of limits on how far and how extreme you can do a certain thing. Right? So maybe I do something a little bit more extreme like this. And now I'm like, maybe it feels like the gesture breaks a little bit. You know? So this is sort of how I would use this. And then if I'm doing a more finished illustration, then I can go in here and I can add the sort of rib cage and all that stuff. And then her leg isn't elevated, but maybe I want to do that. You know, I'm practicing understanding how the body works in different poses. You know? So we're to surpass the limits of reality plus ultra? Exactly. Exactly. The goal really is to sort of, when you're doing these poses, it's to understand what makes the pose and what breaks the pose, okay? And also, like, things like the tilts. So your angle is still a little bit off. Yours is a little bit more straight. And it's funny, because your eyes are in the right spot, but your nose and stuff isn't aligned. So if you moved your nose here and your mouth here, it would actually feel a little bit better just based off of your eyes. You got the eyes really, really, really right on the tilt, but you just didn't line up the other features. So there's a little bit of a degree of separation there between sort of the perspective on the eyes and the rest of the features. So that's why that one feels a little odd in the face. The arm, you don't have to do like perfect anatomy or anything. The arm's more or less fine. The curves and the pinches are a little even. If I'm looking at this pose, I feel like there's more of like this relationship between the hips. It's hard to tell because I can't really see her legs or where the load is being like carried. But even like just looking at this pinch point here and then this like this dip here, it feels like there's a little bit of a tilt. Whereas yours feels a little bit more even. And so what I would say is you can have the pinch be here, but just lower the hip a little bit. And then bring this leg over more, because I think it's more front on 3/4. So I think where the legs end here is very important. I think if you have it sort of be a little bit like front on, where would they be positioned here? Yeah, look at her hip. Her hip is more forward than her shoulder. Whereas if I look at your hip, it's going past the shoulder here. And you could do that if you've got a very thick lady. You can totally do that, dude. Some ladies are hella thick. Shout out to my thick ladies. But if you're doing this sort of like slender petite build or whatever, I'd probably try and respect the positioning of the hips a little bit more. Maybe bring her hips like here. Oops. And then this leg's gonna have to come back just to catch the weight. And I think you'll get more of like a gestural flow to it. Really tough to teach gesture. It is one of those things you kind of gotta like learn to feel intuitively. There's a lot of stuff like that in art. I remember I was watching Shazi's stream yesterday. Shout out to Shazi Art. And Shazi in the chat, you guys were all talking about. I was lurking, but you guys were all talking about sort of how certain things in art are very. You don't really see them until you see them. You know what I mean? And there's truth to that. But there are things you can do to sort of guarantee a little bit of a better guess. But that's honestly kind of as good as it gets sometimes. Like a lot of the times you have to like wait till your eye can sort of identify stuff. Ad. Uh-oh. Is there really an ad right now? Oh, there is. Yeah, ad. Okay. Oh, wait. Yeti's a sub, so I'll keep going on her critique and then we'll come back. I keep missing Shazi's streams by accident. I missed them on purpose. I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm just gonna get an orange or something. That was a joke, by the way. While everybody's watching delicious McDonald's ads or whatever kind of ads you're getting, I'm gonna snack on this little orange. What'd you say about Shazi? I said they were talking in his chat about how to improve your art. You dislike his streams? Kimdo hates them so much, she's there to hate watch every time. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so there are things in art that you unfortunately just have to learn through observation. And there are things that I can teach you, and a lot of this gesture stuff I can teach you, But until you've done it a lot, you're not going to see the stuff that I'm saying. And it sounds really frustrating to explain that. But observation is a secondary skill in art that is foundational to everything in improvement with art. And if you can't learn to see things, you're not going to improve very well. You have to be able to observe the things that you can't see yet. You know what I mean? Like, the reason you can't draw well is because you can't see the appeal in a thing. You might see something and know, oh, that's appealing, but you don't know why that's appealing. And you can't really observe it until you've done it a billion times, seen it really wrong in your own work, and then gotten it right one time and be like, oh. And then you try and recapture that, and then eventually that one time comes a little faster, okay? And it's a little bit more frequent, and then you start getting it right more frequently and more frequently and more frequently until you're getting it right all the time. Shazi, Shozy, whatever, same deal. I have such a visceral relationship with drawing legs. Oh my god. Legs are also probably one of my weakest things, just because there's less interest for me to draw legs. The torso and the face is like where all the fun's at, dude. What practice involves your observation skill? Okay, I'm gonna go over that because I think it's critical to learn how to observe. And I'm just gonna finish my orange so I can touch my tablet without getting it all sticky. But once I'm done sucking down this orange, we're gonna go over on how to train your observation. Okay, I washed my hands. They shouldn't be sticky. Let's go into explaining how to observe. A lot of it is just being incredibly neurotic about every single detail in art that you like. Okay, peace out. See you, Symphony. Thanks for coming in, big dog. Okay, let's find a drawing I like. Let me find a drawing I like. There's so many to choose from. I don't even know where to start. I'm gonna go with Sungmoo Kiao because I love his shit. He's kind of like my addiction these days. He's probably one of my favorite artists, like of current days. That might change, but right now, he's fucking goated. Mostly his line art, I absolutely love. So let's go into his work, and I'm gonna take several examples of his work. Okay. So let's do his lady drawings here. I'm going to grab a compilation of them. Because what I want to know is I want to know how this guy in particular, this man, Sungmoo Kiao, does this stuff. I don't know if I guarantee I'm not pronouncing this shit right, okay? You know what? It doesn't have to just be ladies, but... Okay. By the way, this guy's name on Instagram is Sungmoo. Sungmoo. Okay? And he's probably one of my favorite line artists today. Okay, so I'm going to get a couple images of the ladies. I'm going to get a couple images of the fellas. There's another lady image. Trust in my self-righteous suicide. And you have to set yourself up like this, dude. You gotta find the things you want to study. Where the fuck is it? Oh my god. I swear to god I copied a different thing, but... Think of... Oops, I cropped her fingers on that screenshot. Let me... Okay, I'm just gonna do the ladies first. So now I'm gonna look at these, and I'm going to see if I want to replicate this. What is a thing? Hey, sorry for coming out of nowhere, but what app are you drawing with? I'm using Clip Studio Paint, and if you want to get a, if you decide to buy Clip Studio Paint, I highly recommend you go to my About section, and you use my link. That way I make money. And it doesn't cost you anything. Crazy. Alright, anyways, going back into this guy's work, there are things that I can notice and that I can take out of his work. Kiao is pronounced like ho. Okay, so Sung Mu Ho. Okay. Looking at his work, and I know these are screenshots, and so it's going to be really ass, but there's stuff I can see. First of all, I'm observing with my eyeball, with my ball eye in my face, that he's using a hard ink brush. Okay? Now I'm looking for indications on here that he also uses the brush with opacity. I don't personally see any indication that he's using a brush with opacity. Maybe in these areas, these inner detail lines, okay? Maybe he's using a second brush. In this face, he might be using a second brush. So I've identified that there's probably two brushes here. Probably two brushes. Probably. These are all going to be guesses. I can't know for sure. Okay? But this is what I mean by observation. I'm noticing two brushes. Now I'm noticing if he has a form, let's say, how does he handle that form? Where's his light source coming from? It's hard to say. I want to say his light source is coming from this direction, a little bit above here. There's light catching this hair that's flapping out in the wind here. There's light that's catching this elbow here. And the reason I know there's light is because there's no shadow being applied here at all. Or there's no shading being applied here. Okay? There's light catching this breast. There's light catching this breast on this plane here. So the light source is probably coming from this side, probably a little bit above. Okay? There's a highlight here. Yeah. I think I'm onto it with the light. So, we've got our light source. So he's shading on the inner side of this light source. This is another thing I can notice. Light source angle. This is if I want to get the same effect, okay? Next, how does he apply these shadows? Is there any logic to how he's moving his hand when he's drawing over top of these shapes or he's shaping these things? And there is, and there's a very obvious one. He's following the contour of the form. What I mean by that is the arm here is basically a few different forms. So there's a ball for the socket joint of the elbow, and then he's also got, I'll do it in a different color. He's got a cylinder here for the forearm. And this cylinder has roundness to it. He's got another cylinder here. And that's also got roundness to it. I'm just going to go over it real quick and dirty. This isn't going to be beautiful or anything. And so when he's doing his contour lines here, he's moving his hand along that cylinder form, right? You can see it. you can see those strokes. They're wrapping along that cylinder form. Observation, which means if I want to get this feel, I have to do the exact same thing. This is what I mean by observation, guys. You're going in here, you're observing artwork that you like, and you're stealing things that they do, techniques that they do, to make their shit work, okay? Now I'm looking at the hat. Let's look at the hat. The hat has a brim here. You see the top of the brim here, and then he indicates that there's a giant curve coming through here. Now, we just understood that he shades and renders based off of the form. He's moving his hand along the shape of the form here, which means I should expect to see him do the same thing in this form on the hat, because this form on the hat is sort of like this. You've kind of got this sort of grid shape on it. Surely, he's going to use that form to guide his hand when he's doing his brushstrokes. And sure enough, you could see it. It's probably subtle, but you can see it. You see how there's like this line here, and it's doing that, and then these little lines are coming down like this. It's hard to see because it's very pixelated, but it's very clear that he's doing that. A better spot to look at it is if you look at the defined shape of the hat here. Look how it's got this curvature, this roundness to it. Well, look at all these strokes. What direction are they going? Are they going randomly? Are they doing this? They could, maybe. That would indicate a different shape. But no, they're doing this. He's wrapping that form. So this isn't random. This is intentional, okay? There's intentionality in the way he's moving his hand. And this is what you get from observation. Look at this. Look at these leopard prints. They're not random. This is a big cylinder here. Okay? And he's going in, and he's making sure that his brush strokes are following the contour of that cylinder. What are we doing? Right now, we're going over Sungmoo Ho's artwork because somebody in chat asked me, how do you learn to observe? And what I'm doing right now is showing you guys how I study and how I observe artwork if I really like the artwork. Okay? If there's a thing that I see in somebody else's work and I want to see it in my own work, I need to understand and dissect it. You're reverse engineering, essentially. Okay? And so what I'm saying right now is these rendering lines are all going in an intentional direction. Not random. It's all intentional. Wrinkles. Where are his wrinkles coming from? They're coming from tension points. All of the fabric is bunching up here and here, mostly. And so all of these wrinkle lines... I'm going to do this even bigger, so it's a little bit more obvious. I'll do it in red, too. I feel like it'll be a little bit more obvious. They're all coming from this direction, because that's where the tension point is. It's gonna be the same thing in here. This is the tension point, so the wrinkles are gonna come out of here. There's a bunch of different tension points, but these are some examples. Now, there are other things he does. Okay, so first of all, if I'm ever going to render something, I know I got to move my hand over the form, over the base form, which means I got to study my geometry. It means I have to study my primitives, essentially. What are primitives? Spheres, cylinders, much nicer than this, and cubes. Those are your primitives. And out of these shapes, you can build basically any shape you want. Okay, you can start mixing them together, you can curve edges, you can do whatever. You need to learn how to do these from different angles and different perspectives. Okay? So, now I'm looking at more detailed things. So let's look at the mouth. Okay? I'm looking at the mouth, and it looks like he's got a dark line here, value-wise. Darkest line here. The farther I move away from the mouth, the more he's getting lighter in value. And so he's gradually transitioning it from a dark value to a lighter value up towards the edge of the lips. Does he do that on every single drawing? Let's see. He does. Dark line. Much lighter up at the top of the lip here. And he's got another dark line on the bottom of the lip. Does he do that here? No, because the lighting source is a little different. But this one is a little bit more top down. So there are exceptions. Again, dark line, lighter in value up here. Okay? Dark line at the bottom of the lip. These are patterns, dude. These are patterns. I'm getting so much good information from this, right? Look at this boar. All of these lines are wrapping the form of the boar. He's showing the plane changes, all this stuff. All the detail stuff is not random. It's intentional to describe the form. Anyways, all that to say, this is what you should do when you want to trace something. This is the tracing, guys. This is how you trace, okay? And this is how you learn to observe. And so now when I'm looking at other artists, what happens, Black Knight, is I don't necessarily need to redraw over all this shit. I can just sort of learn this stuff, and then when I'm looking at other artwork, I can think of it like consciously. I can just be like, huh, where are his forms? How are they turning? What directions are they going? How much weight is he applying? Where's he putting the lines? Where's he not putting the lines? Are the lines thicker on the outside of the pose, on the inside of the pose? You have to always be asking yourself this stuff, always, when you're drawing. Drawing is not a subconscious thing where you're going to magically get better by never thinking, you know? Which is why tracing is not good if you're trying to pass it off as your own work, because you're not learning from it, right? The idea with tracing is to extract information, it's to reverse engineer. So hopefully that answers your question on how you observe, how you learn. And by going over other people's work, you're going to start to notice things that you can apply to your own work. Does that help? Does that confuse you more? Does that feel less like observation? Because the reality is, when I say observe, I'm not always, this is 5% of the time. Maybe even less. Maybe 1% of the time I'm actually doing a detailed tracing like this of something. 99% of the time I'm doing all this in my head. But I'm still doing it. And that's the important part, is that you're still thinking about it. You know? And you could do it not just with curvatures and how to render. You can always be like, okay, shape variety. So he's got this shape and this shape. If I apply similar shape variety in my poses, how's that going to feel? Right? I don't have to do the exact same detailing as him, but I can steal the shape. Maybe I do my hair kind of like that as well. You know, something like this. And then another big one. Maybe I change up the shape a little bit, you know? And then maybe I do a little one up here. How does that feel if I add it to my character, right? Does that feel good? Does that feel bad? If I have a face here, whatever. You know? This is sort of how you learn and how you get better. I understand that it happens subconsciously, but only once you've built up the habit of deconstructing art you're inspired by properly. Yeah, well, you have to actively look at stuff and try to understand how things work. To actually learn how things work. You know, it sounds dumb, but I can't know the what to look for until I've observed it the first time, right? So I know, and this is gonna apply to most artists that are really good at rendering, is they're gonna probably move their hand along the shape of the form. This is just something that pretty much every artist does. I do it. Tons of different artists do it, you know? But I didn't know that until I started seeing it everywhere. Maybe I saw it once and I was like, you know, he does it that way. Maybe I'll just do it my own way. But it didn't sink until I saw a bazillion people doing it. And I'm like, okay, clearly there's something to this. And so I'm going to integrate that into my process. And then boom, you instantly get a little 1% improvement in your art, you know? And then these little 1% stack over years and years and years. And next thing you know, you've got people showing up asking you how to draw certain things, you know? So that's it, really. That's what I mean by learn to observe. It doesn't mean you have to always draw over fucking everything and be like a super neurotic dude or whatever. But you can just sort of observe things that you like and try to apply them. And understand why they work. Okay. Let me delete all this shit. Okay. Oh, I just deleted everything, didn't I? Oh no, never mind. Okay. All that to say, Yeti, try and take the pose, interpret the pose, and then try and push it. And try to look for the commonalities. And in ladies in particular, especially like when they're in like swimsuit mode like this, they're gonna have sort of that bean shape. Lady torsos sort of have this sort of bean, almost like a weird kidney bean or something like that. They have this bean shape to them. The hips typically, like the bottom half of the bean, are usually a little bit wider than the top half. But it's a bean nonetheless, you know? And then let's say you do a bean bending. You know, bending forward now. You know, stuff like this. So this is a lot of how to draw ladies. Just think of the bean shape and try to identify how it's working. Look at the curvatures in it. You have like this sort of backward C curve. You have this big forward C curve. Like, try and observe this stuff. Because that's sort of the information you're trying to extract from life drawing. I've always heard try and identify the shapes and you break it down bit by bit. Yeah, that's just another point. That's just another thing about observing, right? There are simplifications though. Like I said, for ladies, I'm usually thinking of the bean for the torso. So I'm thinking of like that pinch on one side and the stretch on the other usually. Unless the character is like standing straight on, then you'll probably get like a little bit of an hourglass shape to it. If she's like a traditionally like slender build. But from a 3/4 perspective, which is most poses, you're gonna get sort of like a pinch and a stretch. It gets more complex if you're doing like really crazy foreshortening stuff. You know, like if her arms are like down like this or whatever. But like when I'm looking at these poses, I'm looking for shit to tweak. Honestly, Yeti, looking at this one, you actually did exactly what I would have done. I would have taken this leg and moved it back. The reason being is because there's a really nice, strong curve going through here, and then the leg is just straight, and it flattens the gesture a lot. But if we bring this leg back, we get such a nice, continual gesture through here. So not every reference is perfect, right? And then this leg would work. So that's what I would probably do, actually, Yeti. Exactly what you did, is just bring the leg back. You know, something like this. Obviously, I'm pushing it to like an extreme here. But this is a gesture practice. And I think I pushed it too far, you know, so now I'd tone it back a little bit. Honestly, if I'm doing gesture drawing, I would just move on, but... If my goal... Like, it just depends what your goal is. What are you trying to learn? Are you trying to learn the gesture? Are you trying to learn the anatomy? In which case, I would notice the hip angle. You know, where does the top of this swimsuit go? And where do I imagine the top of the other one is? Probably around here. So there's a tilt in the hips like that. You know, and now the breasts. You line up the where you think the nipples would be. I know you guys are probably you could use your imagination to figure out where the nipples would be and find the relationship there. You know, and then what do you notice there? So that's sort of what you're looking for when you're doing these poses. What are the relationships? The flamingo leg technique. Okay. I'm gonna send you this, Yeti. I know we jumped all over the place with your thing, dude. But there's no real critique. It's just more what are you trying to use these studies for, right? And with that, I think we're out of critiques. I'm going to be cutting off critiques for today. I was expecting one from NFT, but he didn't post anything. So we're going to jump into doing animations, which is the whole point of today's stream. Actually, it was just to do animation, but everybody like the way. And comes and where it goes. Thanks, no worries, Yeti. Anytime. Boom, boom, boom. Ooh, all the things come back to you. Sing with me, sing while the years, sing from the night, sing from the dead. Are you making those animations for 3D glasses? No, it's just the color of the onion skin. I could change the color. I think it just defaults to blue and red, unless I'm tripping, but... This is part of, like, a bigger, like, It's supposed to be a guide to help people understand how to draw the head from different angles. I've got the top down, and then we're gonna do a 3/4. This is just sort of like the final one, like what it would look like if you put it all together, you know? And right now I'm just doing some in-betweening. Dream on. This head is kind of a bitch, though, I'm not gonna lie. You know what? I'm just gonna trace these. I think they're roughly the same size. Tomorrow. Sing for the love and sing for the dear. Happiest day of my life. Random, but what size tablet would you recommend size-wise? I'm probably gonna go Huon brand, but without being able to shop and like see it, I'm unsure on a comfortable size that would break the bank. Mine's 16 inches. I'm a Wacom 16. I don't think it really matters too much. 16, I feel like is a nice middle ground. Um, but I've only, to be fully transparent, the only graphic tablet I've had is this one. So I don't have a frame of reference. I haven't tried out other ones where I could confidently say like one way is better than the other. So I have no idea, dude. Uh... The context, that's right. 16, baby. 16's all you need. Only a little 16. I'm thinking of something that's as big as an A4 paper screen-wise. You could do that. I don't think like there's anything wrong with going bigger, because you could always just draw smaller. I think the risk is probably higher on going on the smaller end. But I just don't think it's that big of a deal, I guess. If you have visual issues, maybe it is. Maybe if you've got like... You've got a hard time seeing things. There's a weird pop on the chin. Comes up, and then it drops down. Right around here. We need this to be a bit more 3/4, I think. By the way, can I share a fear I have? Go ahead, dude. Yo, what up, Clyzod? How you doing, dog? Feels weird. Chin's still popping. I think I know why. This chin needs to be way lower. Doing your mom? Not mine. Ain't no way, dude. I'm worried I'm gonna grow up not knowing what's AI and what isn't and get scammed, and then some Gen Alpha or whatever future gen's gonna lecture me for getting scammed. You think you're gonna have like the boomer thing where you fall for like the Nigerian prince like scam, but like the AI version? I don't know, like, do you feel like you're at high risk of being scammed? I mean, how much do you spend money on art? Like, what's the fear here? Or do you think it's like some beautiful babe is gonna like try and seduce you and then you'll find out that she's been a robot this whole time? Still popping. It's popping here. Still popping. What's popping? The chin. I'll play it through, you'll see. I don't know if you will, but see how it goes up here? And then it snaps down. Boom. Snaps down. Snaps down. There's some volume issues there. I don't think you're gonna get scammed, meanwhile. I wouldn't worry too much about that, dude. I don't think it's that big of a risk. Oh, I got a boogie. Okay. Now the question is it popping? Is it too short on one side? I think it's better. I'm just gonna make it longer in general. Like, this one here comes up quite a bit. Yeah. And then it comes down, which is weird. This guy's chin needs to be lower. Then a hero can save us. This guy's two. Here away. On the wings of an eagle. We all fly away. Does that feel better? Yeah, a little bit. Still kind of getting a weird. It's less. It's lesser. Still not gone though. I might have need to change this one actually. No shame. And they say that a hero can save us. I think AI can imitate someone's voice really well. I'm gonna send money on a threat or something. I feel like that sounds so niche and so rare. I don't like. I feel like worrying about that is like worrying about getting stabbed while you're just going to the grocery store. I feel like it's so infrequent. Do you send a lot of money? Like, I just... Maybe you send a lot of money so it's a more reasonable concern. In which case, maybe just, you know, password gate, you know, your transfers or whatever. But I don't know. I know it's a fear of yours. But I think it's a little blown out of proportion. I don't think you gotta worry about it that much, dude. But who knows? This is in before I get scammed for like hundreds of thousands of dollars or whatever, but... On the wings of an eagle, we all fly away. Still feels like it's doing it. Wait, do you help analyze an artist's work anytime we ask to, or is this a one-time thing? I mean, I could do that. I could totally do that. If it becomes like a frequent thing, where everybody's like, I like this guy, how do I learn? Like, at a certain point, you know, you guys gotta figure it out yourselves. I can't learn how to draw for you. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like, there is a part of me that can explain things in a more advanced way than maybe you can observe right away. But there's also a part of you that's probably not going to understand more advanced stuff until you learn to observe it yourself. It's like a weird paradox. Yeah, not help draw for us, but things if we need help observing, yeah, sure. I can help every now and then. Prices are horrible, to be honest. If you don't game too much, you get a Mac Mini. Those new Apple chips are very good. I've heard a lot of good things about them for the price. Just had a look, and it looks like the good price for its size for sure, but you need to invest in the PC at the moment. So I gotta find balance point, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I was gonna ask if art critique was limited to just art we draw or critiques we like, but I'm guessing, or artists we like, but I'm guessing that bogged down the point of the critique. Yeah, also, I feel like it's kind of a dick move to just go around, like, critiquing people on the internet constantly. You know what I mean? Like, if this person didn't submit their work for critique, and I pull up their stuff, and I've done it maybe once or twice, where somebody posted a reference, and I've just sort of made commentary and being like, I just don't think this is a great reference. But generally speaking, if I pull up somebody, like a random person on Instagram, and I'm like, today we're gonna obliterate this stranger. It feels like weird. You know what I mean? I think when it's like a person asking for the sake of developing their work, that's one thing. But I think if I'm just going around nitpicking everybody's art on the internet, I get into like villain territory. I don't know. There's just something really annoying about like this area here. I don't really know how to fix it. I think critiques, honestly, should just be offered to people who want them, typically speaking. I don't think you should go around doing, like, unsolicited critiques. I don't think you're, like, evil, but I think you're gonna probably piss people off. It's like a social, like, awareness thing, I guess. You know what it is? I don't even think it's, I don't think it's the pop. I think it's the spacing between the two that are kind of weird. Everybody's suddenly going, who's this little rodent out here talking mad shit about people? That'd be a good, like, PR scheme to get more viewers. Is just go around being an asshole. I feel like people would just come here to hate on me, But then they'd fall in love. They'd recognize the errors of their ways, and they'd know how awesome I am, and then they would stick around, and they'd be in my trap. Or hate watch, exactly. Enemies to lovers. That's what I'm saying. I felt like asking you your thoughts on panel transitions to mimic movement, almost animated. I feel because it's rare but interesting to hear artists' take on it. I've never done a lot of manga stuff. The stuff I've learned theoretically about like art and illustration for manga is that typically there's like ways of setting up panels to be more appealing. And I've talked about it a little bit, where like you want to sort of have one panel end on like not a cliffhanger, but you want to basically have one panel that builds up suspense. So let's say two guys are happening, you just see like a dude's talking to another dude maybe, and then then like at some point blah 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 shit happens, and then they're talking to each other over here maybe, and then a third guy enters the doorway or something like that, but he's just a shadow or a silhouette, and then the next panel would just be like a pan in on like the guy in the doorway, and then it's like, whoa, it's freaking, it's the Joker, baby, or something like that, who just shows up and he's like, it's me, I'm your father, I was your father the whole, I don't know, you get what I'm saying, but I feel like that way you get people wanting to flip pages, like they're at the edge of their seat on one page and then the big reveal's on the next one, rather than putting this guy on this panel, in which case, it's just kind of, it reduces the suspense and build up. That's a big principle I think of, like with paneling. I don't think that was your question, but that's sort of like panel transitions. I don't know. I don't have like a style. I've never really done it super well, but yeah. And then you convert them to furries. Yeah, they end that panel and they say something feels funny, and then the next panel they're howling and transforming. This just doesn't feel right, dude. It goes over to that jaw like too fast. I am gonna favor the middle one a little more. My spacing is just kind of weird on this. I really should redraw this face in the middle. Just such a fucking pain in the ass. I'm just gonna make it work. I've got enough drawings as it is. I don't really want to make more work for myself. I've always been an Intel guy, so I'm hesitant to change. I'd personally never go Apple. Oh, I'm an AMD fella, especially for CPUs, or is it GPUs? One of those two. I don't know. Where's the guy licking the ear? He's on another canvas. This is a different canvas. Still a big pop between that and that. Ooh, animating, yeah. We animating. The guy you're animating reminds me of the purple guy in the Bleach Hell movie. Never seen it. Okay, it feels a little bit less poppy. There's still some weird shit going on. It's kind of difficult to manage. I don't think it's like super noticeable to where I should waste all my time on it. I'm gonna move on from it, and I'm just gonna try and ignore it, and then we'll come back to it later. I just want to check the other aspects, like the eyes and stuff. Man, that jaw area is just like really pissing me off, dude. It's like the area I want to fix the most. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Weber. I don't like this song. Is it okay to share what I mean in art reference for the dynamic movement thing? Yeah, for sure, dude. Go ahead. Art reference is underutilized. I don't really know what my expectations on that channel are yet. Okay, I'm looking at your reference right now, or the thing you posted in art resources. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know what's happening. I get he's like kicking him. I like the first panel, I just don't know what's happening. Did he like get kneed in the stomach, elbowed in the stomach? What's hitting him? It's a bit of a weird movement panel, you know? I don't really get the movement in that. I would probably make it a little clearer. But I'm not exactly sure what your question is. I think that's fine. You can have a 3-panel like movement thing like that, especially if you want to put emphasis on an action, right? Like if you're extending an action out, it's usually to emphasize it. And I think that's totally valid. You could do that. I think in that particular case, like my thing would be like, I just don't really know what the action is. Like I know that like it's one guy hitting another one, but how's he hitting him? It doesn't seem clear to me. Oh, punch in the stomach. Then the top panel down, you start with the right panel. It just kind of reads a little strange to me, I guess. That's all. Enki, I don't like Apple software, but if you decide to go get the Neo, I recommend installing cooling pads so you can use the case as a heatsink. That way I won't throttle as quickly. I'm back, sorry. I was gonna say, I don't really have anything to add. I just feel like the panel sequence is a little weird. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. If I were reading it, I'd be like, I don't know what the hell just happened. Nice to see you animating. I love it. Thanks, Anki. How you doing, dog? Still some weirdness. You know what it is? I think the chin, when he rotates around here, needs to actually drop. Just because we have an elevation on the back of the neck. So this chin here needs to be way lower. Well, it's not just this that's the problem, but it's part of the problem. Part of the problem, I should say. That. We're gonna get a chin drop there. Way more extreme, actually. It really is a 3-page action thing in this middle panel with the most movement shown. Yeah, I get it. It just doesn't feel like sequential. It feels really weird. Like if I were to reorder it, I would start with the bottom panel where his legs up in the air. Actually, I would start with the second panel. It's just like he's not getting kicked. I don't. The whole thing is weird. I don't get it. I don't get it. Try that. Might be too much. Chin's a little weird still. It's too much on this one. Should bring it in a little bit. Did you eat anything today? I did. I had an orange like a half hour ago. I had a banana this morning and I had like 3 giant ass carrots. I have eaten. Thank you for asking, though. I do need to piss pretty bad, though, I won't lie. Produce filled, kind of. It's just what I eat when I'm too lazy, you know? I had a big. I ordered pizza last night because I was finally done with my meetings and I was like, I'm just not fucking. I'm not doing shit. Okay, guys. It's piss o'clock for me. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take a leak. Have fun? Oh, yeah. We about to. And we're back. No artisanal pizza place cop out. I did a local thing, so I'm never telling you where I got my pizza because it is a very local thing to where I live. And I know you guys all want to live where I live, and so I can't have my city being crowded. There's like still some weird. Isolation. Canada and crowded in the same sentence? Exactly. This is rounder. It's not as much of like an angle here. Oh, soft porn. Californication. Yeah, that side looks better. Still like a weird. It's definitely a spacing thing. That lack of chin? There's no lack of chin, Damon. Stop gaslighting me. I want this to be perfect structurally, because this is also an exercise of me being able to like determine if I can actually draw a head from every angle, at least like on a neutral plane. I think I can, but makes clavicular wake up in the middle of the night. I think everything makes that guy wake up in the middle of the night, dude. That guy's got to be the most insecure dude I've ever seen in my life. I mean, the profile specifically, I do think there's some volume issues in that area. I just don't think they're like that extreme. Like as he comes around here, I think the issue is this jump needs to be bigger. I don't want it to feel like it skips though. I think that's looking a lot better. It's the little things. The left one, I haven't gotten to the left one yet. I'm trying to figure out this thing. I need a base. Enough heckling on my end. True. Still this like weird ass pop. It like drives me nuts. I think it really is that central face. I think I need it to be a little bit more 3/4 or favoring a little bit more. It's hard to know what the fuck's causing this issue. Let me flip through. don't know if the song request thing's working right now. It says it is. I don't see it working, though. I feel like I need something here. I think by this point, the title alone is evoking the desired effect without audio being involved. I did see the title, and I was like, no, please, God. I am in troubleshoot mode right now, so if I'm very quiet, it's I'm figuring out how to do this stupid drawing. There's definitely some weird spacing issues right now, which is why this feels so odd. So much effort to go back. I'm just gonna fucking say YOLO, whatever, it's fine. It just like picks up speed and then slows down and then... Like, this should be a lot more central. It's just really hard to do. Let me do something here. At one point, a middle management IT guy during the meetup talk stated that the flow state might not be the miracle cure of problem solving due to getting bogged down on details and not noticing the lack of progress. Maybe. There's an argument to be made there. I don't know if I'm flowing right now, but I'm definitely trying to figure this shit out for sure. I want a little bit more of a central face here, so I'm going to shift everything over. Except for this one, actually. Now we got like a weird jerk motion going through here. Snack, you feel like giving a little critique to my drawing? Maybe in a bit. Drop it in there, and then I'll maybe in like a half hour or so. I'm kind of in this right now. We spent the first 2.5 hours doing crits, so. Where's the acceleration or the little pop? Right. Or I could work on it a bit more and leave it to tomorrow. That's probably better. Just because we went through all the crits earlier. Restream streak, biggest fan. Thank you for being my #1 fan, dude. Where's Jadu at? He's worrying me. Is he gonna lose his streak today? Is today gonna be the day? I mean, he could always get it after stream, I suppose. Happy 3-stream streak. Say that 10 times. I know I've made that joke before, but. Analyze. Ah, fuck, I didn't want to do that. Where's this line coming from? Oh, it only works with the link now. Oh, there you go. Problem solved. That saves me all the headaches. And it reinforces the fact that you should use links, guys. shit. Oh, I see. Okay. Your dream is over. Oh my god, dude. It's supposed to be the lasso tool. What up, Jadu? You're starting to stress me out, dude. I thought for sure you were just like gonna miss your streak today. Your dream is over. No, I popped by for like 5 minutes earlier. I just didn't say anything because I was busy at the time. Gotcha. No worries. This is one thing I really hate about Clip Studio Paint. On TV Paint, there's a way to have like the animation loop a little bit better so you can hook up, like you can basically toggle back and forth. Like I can't flip and then go back over here. I have to manually click here and then click here. It's like annoying. Unless there is a way, but I don't think there is. Ah, that's what's fucking it up. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? Why does it pop there? This is going to be favoring that last pose a lot more. So much better. Still like weirdness in the middle there. The volume raises a little bit here. I think the volume should raise. I think the issue, though, is that it doesn't raise consistently on all of them. Like, this one should go up here. Then this should go up. Ah, better. Better. Oh. Apologies if that was a little too heavy of a song. It doesn't bother me. I've heard that song like a bazillion times. Not that version, but I've listened to Kingslayer. Was it the chin? No, it was the forehead. Forehead wasn't elevating. The chin's still kind of feeling wonky, but I feel like I've gotten it as good as I think I can without going back in time and doing a whole bunch of fixes. I should have just planned this better. I just didn't do my key poses as effectively. I kind of jumped all over the place. And even now looking at it, like this eye goes up, and then it comes over when it should really start coming down here. Once it gets past the midway point, it's got to start lowering. This one lowers too much now, so we're going to elevate it. Is this for something, or is it just practice? It's just practice. I just want to... Well, this is... Actually, that's not true. This is for a study template. So I'm building a study template that I'm going to publish. I'm going to make a free tier on Patreon. And I'm going to publish these, and I'm going to basically have it so that, you know, if you want, like, a reference that you can use for drawing heads, this is going to be accessible for free on my Patreon. And then that way, if ever you're drawing something and you're struggling... Well, you're going to have this reference sheet to go back to, you know? So that's the idea. Free Patreon, that's right. Now, that being said, this is going to be a free template. If I do more detailed stuff, like let's say I do eyes in perspective, noses, stuff like that, like additions to this, I may paywall it. I'm TBD on that still, but that's the idea. And I'm going to do, right now you can see here on the first page, there's a cylinder here. But this cylinder is essentially going to also move with the head so that you can understand how to use primitives and what to look out for in terms of width and plane changes and plane growth, plane shrinking, and all that stuff. You should do your key poses, Snacky. I did do my key poses. I just didn't... I didn't do, like, all of them as effectively as I wanted. Hi, how you doing today? You could call me Ocean. What up, Ocean? How you doing, dog? I'm doing good. We're animating. But I have this idea in my head of slowly releasing lessons and then eventually making like an online publishable animation book that basically like a anatomy book, but animated, you know? I just don't think I've ever seen that before. and it's a giant pain in the ass, but it would also it's a good way, it's a good journey for me to refresh my animation knowledge and really test myself. Can I tell a story? You can tell a story, Ocean Pause. Let's hear it. Ocean Paws on YouTube says, story time. Me and my friend used to rescue horses, like from abused families and stuff. One day we rescued this one horse who was very abused and who was scared of us. We finally took him to a friend. Hell yeah, dude. Congratulations. Freed my boy Horsey. Pig. That was a nasty burp. It wasn't that nasty. It was just a standard burp. I can't hear it, so I have no idea, but... You know, for years I couldn't burp. Burping is like a great feat for me. It's a lot of weirdness going on here with the eye. Boom, 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 boom. Took him to a friend's farm after 2 hours of trying to get him into the trailer. After we finally got him in, we drove him to my friend's farm. The next day went okay, and he started to gain trust, so we decided to name him. What'd you name him? You know, funny story about horses. The guy on Instagram who owns the cat snack handle is not me. I tried to get it, but there was a guy that beat me to it, and his name is Cat Snack on Instagram, and he raises horses. So, you know, one day this old man's gonna get bombarded with people talking shit to him. Being like, why do you talk about spreading your asshole on the internet? Why do you talk about, you know, tits and piss and cum and shit and all this stuff? And he's gonna be like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Mr. David Rogers. She knows. You named him Spirit because he was very much like that horse from the movie. Months passed and Spirit got really strong and he finally trusted people again. My friend trained him in show jumping and won many shows. Hell yeah, dude. But during one of the shows, he got injured so bad that unfortunately Spirit passed away. It was so sad. Damn, what a twist. Rest in peace, Spirit, 2016 to 2023. Sorry, I'm not laughing. That caught me so off guard, dude. I was like, happy ending. Sorry, I'm sorry. That's not funny. I did not expect that at all, dude. Rest in peace, Spirit. Holy shit. We rescued him in 2016. He's out there running in the green pastures in the sky, dude. He's in a better place. Mr. David Rogers posts a lot of reels that are just still images. Do you guys follow this guy on friggin' Instagram? Should I collab with Cat Snack on Instagram? No. Today would be his birthday. He'd be turning 16 years old. I'm gonna pour one out for my boy Spirit, dude. I miss him. I get it. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear about your horse. This guy just make Marley and Me, but with horses? Oh no. Is that how Marley and Me ends? Trust me, you're not the only one who started bursting out laughing after hearing the plot twist. I was like, oh, what a lovely story. I'm sorry. I'm being mean. West Side Story. He was a great horse. I bet. I bet he was. I'm in East LA. Played by Carlos Santana. I don't actually know how to do the other side here. What happens? Growing out. Okay. Something like that, maybe? That feels weird. Needs to come in more. Drops too much. I'm just gonna liquefy it. I'm feeling lazy right now. This should really be lower, huh? We've rescued 19 horses. Spirit was our 20th horse we've rescued, but unfortunately it couldn't be. But most of the horses that we rescued, we sell to other people. My friend's in training, is still training one of our horses, Pepper. She hates people. My friend's not forcing Pepper to like people again. Pepper's very similar to Jake, a horse we sold about a year ago. But in time, Pepper will get there, just like Jake did. It just takes time. Pepper's really shy, too. Pepper will come into her own one day, dude. I believe it. Interesting choice of song. Thank you. It's not my choice. I'm subjected to whatever chat makes me listen to, unfortunately. So blame chat. Though I do like the song, I won't lie. Thank you for all the horse stories, Ocean. Thank you for the horse stories, Ocean. Do a sing redeem? That will never happen. I'm not a karaoke guy, you know? Oh, shit, okay. This needs to be way over. Is the carrot safe with this many horses around? Never, dude. I'm always eating them carrots. I'm the carrot guzzler, dog. Do a sing redeem and I stop redeeming song requests for good? You don't have to stop redeeming song requests for good. Besides, if I wanted that, I could just blacklist you in the app. I don't need to do stuff for it. I can already do it. I think the neck gets too wide here. Oops. We rescued Jake in 29... Bro, you got so many horses, dude. I get it. Would you buy a carrot sharpener so I could stab myself in the throat? Well, most of our horses have been sold. We only have 3 horses right now. Oh. Well, you find it's easier to take care of only 3 horses? My friend's taking care of them? Nice, dude. Fuck. Soy Boy Ranger? Thank you for the follow, dude. Nice name. Ah, I overdid it. I went too high on one of them. Alright. We went too high on this one. I think the nose is lengthening and shortening. I gotta fix that, especially on this one. I'm gonna get rid of this nose line here. We're gonna keep it a little bit more simple. How fucking weird does that look? A little weird, whatever, it's fine. Not sure I'm feeling this song, guys. Cat Snack versus P-Cat, who wins? What do you mean, who wins? What, are you fighting to the death? Art fight, illustration? Probably P-Cat. I feel like she's a lot more well-rounded than I am. Maybe I'd win in, like, animation, but I think, generally speaking, she's got a very diverse range of abilities. The thing is, I feel like this song has the potential to be actually a really good song, but there's just something, like, really weird about it. I just feel like it's not, like it's off-tempo a little bit. Unless I'm tripping. I'm no musician, okay? But it feels a little off-tempo. I'm gonna jump on to the next one. Nah, we'll leave it. Okay, no, I'm going to the next one. Sorry to whoever requested that song. Forgive me. It's live, not Studio Crisp. I could tell. I could tell, Damon. You also have the potential to be a good person, who I do. I'm already a good person, okay? Oh, you're so good at this, it pisses me off. What up, Milky? How you doing, dog? Oh, I'm alright. I'm alright. I dibble dabble here and there. We'll get snack next time. Please don't, dude. Please, just leave me be. You don't need to get me. I'm already got. Alright? You got me. I'm here. Did you enjoy the song? Which one? This one? Actually, I didn't mind this one. I feel like I'm the quintessential VTuber when I listen to like VTuber themed music. I don't know what it is. That's how I feel like whenever I play Japanese music. I'm like, bro, I'm like such a stereotype right now. You know? I basically feel like it's the equivalent of wearing like a polo shirt as a white man. You know? Talking about golf. Okay. I will walk 500 miles and I will walk 500 more. I want this nose to be a little bit more on an arc. I think the arc is aight, but it could be better. What do you consider a good person? Don't ask me, dude. I will walk 500 miles and I will walk 500 miles to find out what you're doing. Remember, this whole thing is going, it's not a perfect, smooth, like, I'm not lining up the features so they're straight. Everything's on a sort of spherical plane. And so if you're seeing me doing, like, weird arc shit, it's because I'm trying to factor that in. Is this an OC? It sure is. This is sort of his original design. And I'm just doing the head right now. I'm going to tackle the hair probably another stream at this point. It's taking us a very long time to get through this. I was trying to line everything up so it's not as weird feeling. Hello! I'm so glad my show's still on. What up, Nancy? What up, Nancy? How you doing, dog? Yeah, see, this side goes up. It should really start to come down here. Look how it drops. That's, like, weird. Whenever I'm looking at this, see how this eye drops down too drastically? It's too much, bro. It's too much. This needs to come down. I want that to be a lot more gradual. Right now, I'm tweaking all these little details. He's so cute! Who is? This guy? You really like this design, huh, Kimdo? I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more. Hey Nancy, sorry I missed Friday's stream. I like his eyes. Looks like someone who would stab you. He is supposed to be a villain, to be quite honest, in my mind. He was like an alternate character for like the comic I wanted to make. And I think he's kind of the design I prefer. I just feel like he didn't look evil enough. That's sort of why I didn't go with him, but then I didn't like the other designs, so... Some weirdness with the eyebrow, too. We're gonna have to fix that. The implication. He looks like he doesn't know what an iPhone is. He certainly doesn't know what an iPhone is. Nancy, your secondhand raid made Snack's head too big. He got ideas of resisting the inevitability of the duck songs. I never did, dude. You just don't. You didn't add it into the bot properly. What am I catching strays for here? You're the one who queued it up wrong. It only takes link statement. How's that feel? Ah, so much better. Snack secondhand fame. I'm catching strays, bro. I didn't do nothing. Alright, I'm innocent. I don't think he's evil. I could fix him. You could try. Yeah, the mouth is also sort of getting all wobbly. I should save this. Save. My mods keep adding stupid redeems, like what? We're communist, comrade? No, we're not communist. We're exclusively a dictatorship, with me at the head, okay? I'm the dictator. The closest thing I could compare this community to, okay, this chat to, is North Korea, okay? I just don't have as many nukes. That's all. I'm working on it. Whoa, what's going on with the nose there? You have at least 2 nukes? That's right. I do have 2. A milky threat. Okay, I gotta fix the mouth. I gotta fix the mouth. Let's... The mouth should not be going up in volume here. It should be going up here. Up. Up. And then here, it should be higher. I think. Because when I go to this one, it drops quite a bit. A little bit higher. And then this one should for sure be higher. And then these need to start going down, I think. Yeah, let's see how that looks. I might have just fucked everything up, but... I think the angle change is a little weird. Your use of lasso tool stresses me out. Why? You don't use the lasso tool? It's great. There's a direction change. Right here, I think. I want it to feel a lot more subtle. Right now, it still feels a little too blatant. Right here. I'm not just free ball grabbing lines and moving them willy-nilly. I don't want to draw all this shit again, dude. You know what I mean? If I could just sort of position it with the lasso tool, and then what I can do is, if I really like it, I could just erase it and then tweak it properly afterwards. See, I think the mouth dips too low too soon. I think it comes up too high on the turn here. Like this pose, I think the mouth is too high. I want it to be a lot more subtle, but I want it to still be felt, you know? Kurara, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, dog. What did I say? Did I say this was too high? I did, yeah. I'm lowering it a bit. Just a smidge. This one I have to redraw, because the reason it's off is because I mirrored it earlier. Like, see how this is flipped versus this one? I have to have this more straight on. Zach, when I get paid for my moment of fame, can I commission you or something? How can I give you some money for being my friend? I don't do commissions, unfortunately. You don't have to give me money, dude. Why do you want to give me money? I mean, you could just give me money. I'll take that. I just don't want to work for it, you know? Pam to do an ASMR stream? That would cost too much. She can't afford that. None of you guys can. Guys, give me the money. Don't give him the money. Don't. No. Boba, stop with the Ko-Fi. Boba, stop. Stop advertising my friggin' Ko-Fi. I don't have a Patreon, dog. Not yet. OnlyFans? You'll never find it. Snack, you're the enemy of success? I've already killed the game. Do I need more? I feel like I'm like Trump, dude. I win too much. I gotta make it stop. See, this nose grows a bit too much. Do a Trump impression? I don't think I can't do a Trump impression very well. Nancy was schmooze up to the mouse streamer before paying mods. I wonder what Goofy Out redeems miraculously appear in the channel points gang. Okay. Flat is back. Uh-oh. Oh, sweet relief. Schmooze. Schmooze. Okay, fair. Forgot you have big job money. You don't need my money. I mean, I'll take your money. I'm not saying I won't take your money. I just don't want to work for it, is what I'm saying. Yeah, the mouth lowers too much now on the other side. See this dip? I don't need it to go that far down. I think this one, we'll pull it up. We'll pull it up a little smidgen. Better. Is it better? It still lowers a bit. A little bit too much. Whatever. I don't care. I'm over it. Why ads if you don't want money? You can't have channel redeems and like all this shit unless you monetize. It's the only way. I actually got affiliate and it took me, how long did it take me, guys, before I turned on the affiliate thing? I think it took me probably 6 or 7 months after I actually qualified for monetization to turn it on. Because I hated ads that much. And now here we are. Half a year. There you go. I debated just not even turning it on, to be honest, but... Enjoy your Kirk, dude. We need Lucy here? What's a Lucy? I'd watch ads for the carrot gulping emote. I feel like that emote would actually just get me banned, dude. I don't think I could do that on Twitch. I don't think I could get away with it, like, genuinely. I need this eye to be less extreme, more of an angle here. This shoots up too much. We're gonna lower this eye. I gotta check it against this eye, which is also pretty high. Ooh, animating today. We're animating. How you doing, Crip? You been popping off lately, Snack? Thanks, dog. I like how NFP is so focused on it. Sometimes, dude, sometimes you come in and you're like, bro, how are you only streaming to like 5 people right now? And then other times you come in and you're like, Snack, you're killing the game. Like my little analytics reminder. But thank you. I'll take the compliment this time, despite all the insults the other ones. Just went and grabbed some food from the local Uzbek spot. What do they even sell at an Uzbek spot? Uzbekistani food. I wonder what that could be. I gotta be honest, I don't know what a lot of it is. Some kind of braised lamb and rice and potato dish. It sounds like Greek almost. All you need is the pistachio hummus. Definitely not Greek. But like if it had like tzatziki or something, you know. It's camel. 1 billion% is a camel. How are they sourcing camel to Pennsylvania? Loving the frames. Thanks, dog. I'm troubleshooting issues right now before I do all my in-betweens. There's still some wonkiness with the eye shape changing. I'm happy with the nose now. Kind of. There's some stuff I would change, but it's not big enough for me to worry about it. The mouth is kind of fine. The neck's okay. It really is just that left eye that's bothering me right now. It's dropping and changing in angle and shape. A little too much for me. Emus are evil birds and deserve to be eaten. Have you guys watched A Night of the Seven Kingdoms? There's a scene where they break an egg, and it's like this massive fucking egg, and it looks so delicious, bro. Also, how you doing, Ori? Yeah, see, this drops in shape. So it's rounder here. I have to capture that. You can mail order ostrich eggs, and I've been tempted. Are they yellow? I feel like if they're any color, and so, like if the yolk is any color other than yellow, I'm not interested. I don't want some like Dr. Seuss ass egg, dude. But if it's a big giant yellow egg, I'd fuck with it. I'm not gonna lie. I'd fuck with it. I'm well. How are you? I'm good, dude. I'm good. I'm chilling, dog. I'm enjoying the animation process. We're just zenning out a little bit. If I'm a little quiet, it's because I'm... Animation, I feel like, is one of those things that I have to really kind of lock in for a little bit. Just because there's so much to track. It's not like I can't just passively draw. As much as it'd be nice. Still, like, a lot of wobbliness. Right around there. Right around there. There. I want his eyes to track. I think right now his pupil's popping. So let me see, like, right... That eye goes from that to that to that. Something feels so weird. Just can't put my finger on it. I could see it when I'm animating, but it's moving so fast. Hard to narrow down. It's like right on this. Yeah, get rid of this. I gotta flip here. Emus defeated the Australian army. I heard of that. Probably orange or reddish. Actually, I don't mind reddish. I think as long as it's not too far off from yellow. I take it YouTube links don't work? They do not. Are you looking for the original? Is that why? I think it might be this one. My eye direction is just kind of weird, you know? don't know if that seems odd. I'm tweaking, bro. There's like some shit going on here. I just can't put my finger on where it is. What the fuck? That. Ah, this one. This one's the weird one. That's where I think it needs to go. Still like a lot of weirdness going on here. Hey, Snacker, what up, Verbanter? Verbantinter? You could try it. YouTube links are the Chaos Shuffle. Don't try it. It's not gonna work. I mean, maybe, look, maybe they updated it. I don't know. At this point, this app's been going through so many updates, I couldn't tell you what's gonna work and what isn't. Sure, I'll have a go. It's definitely not gonna work, but you can go for it. I can always just remove it from the queue, worst case scenario. Is that what you wanted? Solos, did that work? Nope, didn't work. Do you ever snack on sweets or just veggies? I don't have any sweets in my apartment. But I certainly will eat them. I'm more of a pastry slash cookie guy, though. You know? By the way, Solos, I removed your song from the queue. This one. Zach, have you ever tried a sea walk? I don't know what that is. I'm waiting for the D's nuts joke. See what could happen when I put my nuts in your mouth, dude. Something like that. That's what I'm expecting right now. If you find one, buy one. It's a game changer. Alright, well now I'm gonna look it up. D-walk. What, it's just like a toothbrush? You think that lowly of me? Oh, the misery. I would have done it. I'm not gonna lie, the fact that I was expecting MF Doom and then I hear this guy, just kind of like, I didn't like that. Damn it, I don't really like this guy either. I don't like this guy. Dally, you raiding me? God damn it, it is a cover. Did you not want a cover? I just didn't. I'm not feeling this one. I'm gonna skip ahead. Dally, how's it going, Dally? Welcome in, welcome in. How was stream? What were you doing? I mean, I know you were probably drawing. You were doing a little drawing, were you? Dally, say, MT. I don't know why I didn't do shout out. That was supposed to be a shout out. Ignore my senile brain for 2 seconds while I do that again. Dally, say, MT. There you go, last category, art. I drew a little bit. I was also doing a little game dev. Well, do you want to share with the class? And while you're doing that, I guess I'll tell people what we're doing today. We're doing a little animation. I'm building a little template that people can reference for head rotations. So hopefully this helps people out once it's done. But right now, it's just sort of these two guys. There's going to be more heads. We're going to do a 3/4 turn here, and then a top up turn instead of top down or whatever. But damn, bro, I haven't listened to fucking Good Charlotte in forever. What's a favorite anime of snacks? I do like Fullmetal Alchemist. I'm for sure like a Naruto diehard guy. I grew up with it, so it's my shit, you know? I posted in your art share. All right, let's take a little peeky poo. Oh fuck, this is crazy. All right, I'm gonna pull this up on stream. I'm gonna go somewhere where there's a lot of shit. Speaking of Naruto, look at. Check this shit out, guys. This is cracked. This is so nice, dude. This is so nice. Dally, I'm gonna put your @ here on Twitch. Where can people follow you? If they want to follow you on Instagram, Twitter, Dally's crazy, dude. That's so beautiful. Isn't it? Dali's cracked, dude. Dali, Blue Sky, go ahead, drop a link. Drop whatever you want, dude. Blue Sky, Furfinity, you know the deal. Whatever, all of it. This is your moment. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Also, Dali, you know the deal. If you got a dip, if you got shit to do, you gotta go. If you gotta go piss Queen, go do your thing. You know, don't feel pressured to hang out here while you watch me move the same eye 50 million times. Someone on YouTube says, "Wow, man, your drawing's so good. Why don't you have 1 million subscribers?" Well, first of all, this is not my drawing. This is done by Dallasay MT on Twitch, who just raided into our channel. My art is more like stuff like these guys here. We've done some stuff over here. We've got some pencil-y looking sketches here. We've got this building that we never really did anything with. I do have some Naruto characters that we're painting. This lady here. We got a bunch of random shit everywhere. But today, we're doing animation. Still, this is also good. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you, bestie. No worries, king. Do your thing. I'm gonna go back to tweaking this head a bazillion times. I can't get the fucking eye to feel right. There's something so off about the left eye that's like really bothering me. It's like growing, but I can't quite put my finger on why or how. And it's all coming from the right turn side. Also, M1K, to answer your question, I don't know why I don't have 1 million subscribers. I don't know. Chat, get on it. If you're not watching me on YouTube, get on there. But don't abandon me here. I need you guys here. More artists to follow? Oh, Dali's definitely a guaranteed follow, bro. I have high hopes that you'll become very famous. That's cool. Keep it up. Thank you. Maybe one day. Maybe one day, brother. Okay, there is like some size difference stuff between that other eye and this one. That and that. Naruto Nordcore song for you, Pain Edition. I don't see the relation to Naruto, but I'll take it. Just be patient, you'll get more. Thank you, M1K. I appreciate it. If I erase this, does it feel better? I'm just gonna erase it just to see if that's what's clipping my eye. Or if it's still happening. It's definitely kind of related to that one and the one after. I don't really want this to be like triangular. I want it to be rounded a little bit, but still, it's just not that rounded. I just realized the description says 18 plus. I'm 16, bro. Sorry, big dog. I gotta delete you from existence, alright? It was nice knowing you. See you in 2 years. No hard feelings. It's only business. Oops, I want to delete the whole thing, not... There you go. Are you stopping at hour 5? I'm not. I'm gonna keep going. I'm kind of locked in right now. I like how honest they were. Same. And that applies to all of you. If you're under the age of 18, just know you'll be deleted. You'll be terminated. I'm pretty sure I followed all of the artists from the chain right at the moment. And I appreciate you for it, Solo. And I appreciate you hanging out here. It's crazy to have, like, the Swarmies showing up still. Kind of feel sad for him. Well, he'll get over it. Sometimes you just gotta delete someone, you know? I have a feeling Nancy's 14 in secret. That would be quite problematic, Nancy. Yeah, the eye grows here in particular. We don't want that. No bueno. Like, way too much size gain there. I'm gonna smoosh that a little bit. Does that feel a little bit better? Change the angle a little bit. Snack, I rated you with the Swarmies because you're a really good artist, and I knew they'd like you. Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate it. I think you're a fantastic artist, too, and you're going to do fantastic on Twitch. I believe in you, genuinely. And I'll be there to watch it. Symph, you are definitely a child, and your brain isn't fully formed yet. I second this. It's true. Your brain is not fully formed yet, Symph. And that's not an insult, it's just fact, dude. I thought you hated watching me, Snack? Yeah, does me showing up all the time give you that impression, I guess? Makes sense. E-bully community? Sometimes it'd be like that. Come for the art, stay for the burps. If only it were that simple. I love watching you two snack big love. Oh, it's big. People need to bonk sometimes, Simp. What can I tell you? That's right. Bonk them. Okay, you know what I need to do here? I need to take this drawing, and I need to add it on this last frame here, so that I can see what the fuck I'm doing. Without having to flip back and forth like an idiot. There we go. Let's put that there. Let's link that to that layer. What is this? Layer 5 cops. What a weird... I didn't even label that. Is that what happens? Oh, not layer 10. Whoops. Layer 5... Fuck. Whatever. Layer 5, a... Cops. There you go. There you go. Now when I do this, I should be able to see the hookup shot over here. Let's look ahead 2 frames. I can see what needs to change on this one. The eye shape is fine. This is making me regret telling you that I like Naruto. What a nice day to flex how handsome I am. I asked my partner why all my viewers are 18-year-old boys, and he said on Twitch. Is there another place to watch you, Nancy? Just be happy they're 18, dude. Before I had the 18 plus rule when I was a smaller channel, I had like no rule around age, and we had people of all ages. And I remember one time we had somebody write in, and I think we were listening to Kendrick Lamar, and they heard like the N-word or something, and they were like, "This song is racist." And I was like, "Bro, you have to be like 10 years old. There's no way. There's no way this is real right now. I'm being canceled by a fucking 10-year-old. This is crazy." Nah, through the window? Well, I meant digitally. Multi-stream YouTube when? Just thought it'd be funny. I won't spam about it, but I promise it's okay. I'm not mad at you, Solo. I can never be mad at you, Solo. Amen, though. Fuck Boruto. Sorry I've been so quiet. I was my brother messaged me for some shit, so I had to deal with something. Nah, bro, you just want to make mom jokes? What are we talking about here? I missed a bunch of messages. I do want to make mom jokes, but I mean, it's more appropriate to bang, like, a kid's mom, you know? That's the most likely scenario in my current life at my age, okay? If I'm banging a mom, their kid's probably, like, fucking 10. Maybe on the oldest end, you know what I mean? I haven't tried that yet. What's YouTube streaming like? Quiet. Nothing really happens. I've been streaming on YouTube for like a year. And I have one concurrent viewer right now. It's probably Kimdo. And yeah, I get like no traction at all. So if you like not growing, YouTube's the place to be, dude. I thought about TikTok before, but I found out I hate that app. The N-word outside of America is not racist? That's quite a take, dude. I don't know about that one. I think Symphony backing you up on that point kind of says it all. Gypsy, though, that's got a guy in Iraq jump by an Indian cook. Okay, guys. Okay. I'm gonna start timing people out if you guys get racist. Just saying. Stay away from my mother? Fuck it, I'm subbing. I won't say no to that. What about me? I watch your videos there? You do? That's true. You do watch my videos on YouTube. I'm trying to get the eyes to track. They feel like they snap positions. See this? This is the problem. I like how we're listening to French music, dude. Hell yeah. Solos, thank you for the sub. Snack, do you have a beard? I have a mustache right now. I don't have a beard. Thank you for the sub, dude. I appreciate it. I told you. I told you what I look like. This is what I look like. Handsome. Thank you. Ads annoying mid-combo? Yeah, they are pretty annoying. I'm sorry about that, dog. I wish I could undo them, but I can't. My Twitch is all fucked up. What the hell? God, what'd that nose do? It certainly smells. I'm convinced I could smell a fart before it comes out of an ass, bro. I'm so sensitive to smell. It's like crazy. I want the eyes to just track on one point right now, but they're snapping all over the place. It's like bothering me. It's bothering me. Yeah, like, see, this one should be higher up. Because despite the head changing perspective and angle, the eyes are still sort of tracking the same spot. Let's see how that eye looks now. Yeah, a little googly-eyed. A little too googly-eyed on that one. Surely eyes are on a separate layer and can be seen side to side at once. They're not. Everything's on one layer because I'm a masochist. I do have to change this eye, though. Like, this eye's looking this way. This eye's looking too low. They keep changing direction, you know? Now the question is, do I want him looking up? I kind of actually want him looking more at the camera. So I think what we're going to do... I have to determine where I want him to look. I think looking in this direction makes sense. Like, he's looking at us. You've been doing animations more frequently now. I think this is like the first day I've done animation in a while. How you doing, Zaza? Dude, I didn't fucking notice you. Damn. How you doing, dog? Been a minute. Zaza's an OG around here. Okay. So that half of the turn works fine. I got to align the eyes, basically, with the other side, too, though. It's a bit of a problem right now. This guy. I've been doing better than I used to. It's the first day I've come back in a while. How you doing, dog? Better than you used to implies good, hopefully. Like, with the eyes tracking one spot, it feels more comfortable. There's still a little bit of googly-eyedness going on here. On this one. No, not that one. As much as I have no idea what French music is saying, it bops. Because being English, I get to keep the hate banter going. Anglo-spotted. I'm back for new songs. You know what my thrills are. Do it up, dude. I gotta swap my headphones, guys. Give me a second here. You got headphones now? Got bored of the earphones? I got both. I got my Bluetooth earbuds, and then I've got my headphones. Gotta make sure that's running. Not running. It's good. It's also good. Okay. What am I looking for? I'm looking for my Bluetooth case so I can charge these bitches. Okay. Chat, I might disappear for 5 minutes. I might make a little tuna sandwich. I'm kind of hungry. How do you get headphones over your mouse ears? Just stick them right in, dude. I gotta piss, and then I'm gonna make a sandwich, and then I'll be right back. Okay, give me like 5 minutes. We'll do a little. Why can't I draw on this layer? Is it locked? Oh, it's just off. Okay, whatever. Whatever, guys, I'll be back. Just gonna let these loop so that your ADHD brains have something to look at while I'm making food. I was gonna write BRB, but I don't want to make a new layer. I'm lazy. You guys could tell them if people join and they're like, "Where's Snack?" Just tell them he's feasting in the other room. BRB. It's exclamation P, by the way. Just the letter P. Alright, we're back. We're back, baby. What do you mean I can't request more? Did you get locked out? Like, you can't request a song even after your song's played? I'm in prison, committed a crime I've never done. Did you guys break the bot? That's weird. Okay, let me take a little look. Let's see if anybody's blacklisted. I don't know if it automatically just like locks somebody who's exceeded the limit. It does seem weird to me that you guys can't request songs. Let me take a look here. I don't see any indicator that you guys are blocked in any capacity. Settings, Twitch. Oh, yeah, you can only have 3 songs queued up per person, though. But it doesn't really make sense. Where are my other OG boys and girls at? They're around somewhere. They're just not here right now. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with you. Let me restart the bot. The fuck? I don't have WhatsApp. What the hell? How do you like your tuna? Do you add cheese or just straight tuna and bread? Just straight tuna and bread right now. And mayo. And hot sauce. Stop requesting songs for 2 seconds, guys. I just gotta... Alright, try queuing up a song now. Your farts must be fantastic, fart sniffer. You want a taste? Is that what you're saying? I'm gonna queue up the song you just queued up. Okay, well now it's not doing anything. There you go. It worked. It might just bug it if you, like, exceed 3 songs in the queue, you know? It might just, like, lock you out. Nancy, you ever seen that guy on Instagram who just does, like, he sells baked potatoes with, like, tuna on top? It's the most British shit ever. Just butter, potato, and tuna. I just wanted to say thank you again for the kind words on my art. I mean, your art's dope, dude. Deserved. No problem, though. Anytime, really. From a can? I mean, I don't know where it comes from, but wherever. Baked potato, butter, and tuna is great. Don't knock until you try it. I mean, basically what I'm eating right now. I'm eating a tuna sandwich with butter on it. And mayo and hot sauce. Snack, teach us furry art. I don't know how to do furry art, dude. I don't do furry art. I'll teach you Gooner art? Why are you teaching people Gooner art, huh? I feel like you guys probably just like consume enough Goon content to draw it from imagination. Do you need to be taught, really? See, this song playing right now, 100% makes me feel like I'm a VTuber, okay? This shit is like my stereotype music. Nancy, add a little salt to the tray under the potato to add more crunch to the top tip. Very nice. I've been giving Jadu tips. Dope, dope. So this is VTuber music, huh? It sure is. I mean, this is what I imagine as VTuber music, okay? I don't know. I'm no expert. But I feel like if you're a VTuber, you listen to this and like anime music. Or just Japanese shit in general. Which, like, obviously, I did that for months on end, so I'm not much better, but Evil Neurosama and Camilla are queens? Okay, I rest my case. Vidal streaming right now? Wow, what if Snack gets chosen this time? I don't know if they regularly rate artists. I think you were gaming, right? So I've been sprinkling VTubers and nerdcore artists all night for various what? Mmm. Oh yeah, I was playing Hollow Knight. Were you watching me play last night? I was. I was there. You don't remember me, dude? Rude. I wanted to raid you, but you betrayed us. I'm so naughty, dude. I gotta wash my hands. I'm full of orange juice again, because I had another orange. BRB. Would you prefer to hear some classic Mexican Spanish songs? I don't care, dude. You guys can queue up whatever you want. I'm not overly picky. I know when I hate shit. That's all. I don't hate this, by the way. But when I do, you'll know. Because I usually skip it. My got is microwave, 10 minutes in the salt. 10 minutes, the salt in the tray, and then back for 30 minutes, but I definitely should oil it up with a good slap at the end. Gotcha. You won't be disappointed, I believe you. I know I moved this over earlier, but I think it's a little too moved over. Hello, what the fuck? What layer am I on? I picked a song you'll love. Let me scroll up. Iron Mouse, Cry for Me. Uh-huh. A true VTuber song. You don't do it in the air fryer? I have an air fryer. I barely use it. I do just put in fucking potatoes in there. Raw, just straight up. I don't do anything fancy with them. But I don't do it often, you know? Probably should do it more. Yeah, I'm gonna clean up some of these that we have here, just so I can tell what the fuck is going on. I feel like they're still very messy. And it's hard for me to tell sort of where the mistakes are. Wait, am I tripping? No, I'm tripping. I did that wrong. You guys scoop out the weird bits on the potatoes? What do you mean, weird bits? I just eat it straight, dude. I have no... I'm so not picky with food at all. Even shit I don't like, I'll just eat it anyways. I won't choose it, but... Oh, God. Okay. I'm gonna allow this song. I just don't like... I don't like meme music, you know? It's just not my thing. I know the song is intended to be serious, I just... I love Sea Dog. I think he's based. But I just, yeah. So corny. Just bought more potatoes and tuna, actually. Stocked up. Depends how long you've had them. They start sprouting, so they got... Oh, you gotta... Oh, you're talking about the sprouts. Yeah. I don't eat that. I don't even think you're supposed to eat that, but whatever. Sometimes I do. Not the actual... Like, I cut them off, obviously, but... Alright, well, that song was cringe. There's your one cringe song for the day, Symphony. If you could do it again, I'm skipping it. Snack attack! What up, Nox? How you doing, dog? You're catching me towards the end of stream here. I went out for tacos with family tonight, and it's why I didn't catch the stream till late. It's all good. We've been streaming late, so don't worry. I've been watching from the kitchen for a bit, admiring your method and whatnot. Thank you. Thank you. I'll try. I'm just cleaning up right now, just because I need, like, a clear indication of how I'm fucking things up. It's hard for me to spot my mistakes in the mess of lines, and I don't know if it's just the mess of lines, or I have to actually worry about this shit. I'm paranoid, but do you guys have any recession foods? I don't think so. Hello, Snack. What up, Donnie? How you doing? Nice dome. Thank you. It's part of an animation we're doing. Can I see it though, real quick? Yeah, okay. Let me play it. It's just sort of like a head rotation. There's nothing like overly fancy about it, but canned beans are of the devil. Is that true? I'll eat canned beans, dude. I'll eat anything. It don't matter. I have loads of wartime recipe books. If you want low-cost food ideas I can share. Looks good to me. Thanks, dude. Yeah, it's supposed to be part of, like, I don't know if I told you, Nox. I was talking to someone about it. I think I was talking to you. It's part of the idea of doing like a little template or like a Patreon or something like that. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna have all these rotations. Maybe not this one, but the head top down, and then, you know, another one with like bottom up, and then another one 3/4, just to show how it impacts primitives. I'm gonna have the primitives rotating as well. So this is gonna have basically 3 different head rotations. This is gonna be the core one, just to show sort of. Anyways, you get it. The animation's so smooth, heck. Thanks, dog. I appreciate it. We out here, we trying, you know? Right now, I just gotta clean this bitch up, though. Chat, you guys are tormenting me with these weeb-ass songs. There's no Patreon yet. We learning how to draw heads now? That's right. We're learning how to do head, dude. This is how you give heads life, dude. This is how you give head. It's life. Head 101. How's your head, Snack? It's alright. My neck kind of hurts right now, but... What's new, really? Snack, what's your best head advice? No teeth. When their mouth is closed, and then when they smile, you could show a little bit more teeth. You been piping? I don't know, that's like an alley-oop, dude. You're asking for it. Fuck. DFDFFD676576. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. Yo, first time seeing an animator streamer here. That's right. We stream sometimes. Denied, Nancy. Get out of here with that shit. What should I call you, bro? Your name's so long. 676576. Call me Diff. Alright, Diff. Liang, thank you for the follow. Or 6'7" or 6'5". I'm never calling you 6'7", bro. It ain't gonna happen. You should call him 6'7"? No, stop being a zoomer, dude. Let me live my millennial life. Your glasses are missing? Oh yeah, you're right. I forget what button it is to bring him back. Is it this one? It's definitely not that one. Do a jiggle? Shit. You know it, dude. You know it jiggling, Nox. We got the heavies. I'll allow it, Benoit, just because I like you. Flat is back. Oh no, Symphony, you can't be doing this. Bro, you're gonna start... People aren't gonna like you if you keep doing that, dog. A bit of a personal question. Are you unemployed? Unfortunately not. I'm very much employed, and it's the misery of my life, not gonna lie. Do a jiggle? Shit. You know it, dude. You know it, dude. I'm a people pleaser. Oh my god, dude. Ladder's back. Let him blow his points, guys. It's fine. There's more of you than there are of him. Wait 30 minutes, I can bring him back? Oh boy, I gotta keep going 30 minutes. Okay, maybe. You're the first animator I've met who has a job? Well, I don't work in animation. That's probably why. A lot of my buddies still have jobs. Just depends, I guess. It really comes down to sort of the skill level, you know? I used to work in animation, I don't anymore. I didn't lose my job though. I quit. I quit before they could fire me. That is partly the truth. I anticipated layoffs coming, and I wanted to avoid the wave, and I got like a good opportunity elsewhere, so I left. Which in hindsight was a good idea. because a lot of my friends are unemployed now. Keep going, Snack. We can end while flat. We can't end while flat. I see. All right. Look, I'll suffer. Much like Jesus, I'll suffer for you guys. I'll suffer for Symphony's sins. It also just means in 30 minutes he could just request flat is back again. Which he probably will do, because he's speed running the hate train, dude. Wouldn't the workplace give you a like a severance? I don't know. I also didn't know for sure that I was gonna be laid off. Most of my team got laid off though, like that I was on, so I would have probably been laid off. Symphony, why don't you let people have fun? This is too stretched out here. I've never quit. I've only ever been laid off. Sag. I think I was fired from like my first job when I was like 15 or 14 or something. I worked at like a hockey arena canteen. And I would just like actively leave during the periods to go smoke weed. So I would have fired me too, to be honest. I'm not saying this isn't like a thing where it's like, I can't believe they fired. I understand why they fired me, you know? I would have fired me. I almost burnt the place down once, too, kind of. They had a hot dog machine, and I forgot to turn the hot dog machine off when I left one night, and it melted, like, all the chocolate and shit. Because basically, there's a big metal gate that you, like, lower to when you close up shop, right? And then you lock it down here or whatever. My big cartoonish Acme-sized padlock. And I forgot to turn off the hot dog machine. It basically melted everything inside. And they still didn't fire me. They technically they never fired me. They just stopped giving me hours, which is like the same thing, but someone give me a sub and I'll start fighting for it to never be flat. Nobody give him a sub, okay? It's not worth it. Am I tripping? Some weird volume shit here. Why do you hate me, Snack? I mean, you're actively trolling people. I'm a man of the people. If people want the big fat titties, they do the big fat titties. Now, granted, you know, I also made the decision to include the redeem to get rid of them. So I'm not innocent in this whole scheme. But I think it comes with the territory, you know? Live by the sword, die by the sword type deal. You reminded me once, smoking in the kitchen, someone was leaning on the stove and the gas was going and lit his shit up. Damn, bro. Is he okay? Is this like a live leak story? He was fine, just made everyone leave the kitchen while this guy just burns alive. But we gotta get out of here. How have I hit the limit again? I don't know, dude. I think the thing's just bugging. By the way, Snack, I ain't forgetting me that you told me that you took your shit and threw to see how far it could reach. Bro, what are you talking about? I've never thrown my shit anywhere, dog. What? Bro, just making up stories. This is not like a real thing. And the worst part is, I feel like you could actually convince people it is. This isn't real. You said it was a local thing where people were throwing their shit. Yeah, l'ancienne caca. It was like an online trend. I didn't do it. I'm just saying it's a fucking thing that people did in Quebec on the internet. That's nothing to do with me. I observed it happening, okay? Not in person, on the fucking internet. On like Instagram and shit. Yeah, no, I remember it really well. Yeah, clearly not, bro. I did not participate in the l'ancienne caca trend. I promise you, I was not throwing my shit. I don't know how I'm feeling this song, dude. Fuck. I don't know if I can do this one. Bro, let me request. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna restart it. I don't know why it's not working, but... Also, Mew Mew T, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Just wasting all my points. I have channel points, dog. You haven't even lost $1 yet. Okay, it should be good now. Wait, did I miss something? Snack throws his poo? Guys, I don't throw my poo, okay? There was a trend in Quebec called l'ancienne caca, okay? Where people would projectile shit as far as they could. It was like an internet trend. And I was talking about it one stream, about how insane it was. And Zaza comes out here and says I was doing that. Which I was not. I'm gonna skip that one. This one's kind of cleanish. It's a parody SpongeBob song. All humans made with AI filter. It's a banger, dude. I believe you. I don't know, bro. I don't know if I can handle the non-serious music right now. I'm too deep. I'm too deep into this stream. Next, voyons, Nate. Tu as un pet, un cob, pas vrai? What are you even talking about, dude? Dis-moi en français pour qu'il ne sache pas. I don't know what you're talking about. Pet un cob? Zaza, do you know what he's talking about? Is that like an expression in France or something? Zaza, I don't think I'm digging this one, dog. Raging? What does BSC mean again? Basically, right. Raging? No, I'm not raging. Oh my god, Twitch is fucked while you start speaking? What happened? Is my mic fucked up or something? It keeps crashing? Oh. I can't with this one, bro. I'm sorry. No more meme music, guys. It's about time to wrap up soon, I think. It's not even a meme, it's just a straight up banger. Whatever you say, dog. Grass is green and high tide is better than free bird. Fight me. Don't overwork that shoulder. I actually feel fine right now. It's like concerning almost. Realistically, I'm probably going to keep doing this after stream though, so I'll be able to do it a little bit more focused, I think. I need to see you nice and sprightly tomorrow. Sprightly? This feels a little weird here. This one's kind of okay. I don't think I need to change a whole lot here. The reason I say this is better is because the solos towards the end of the song is so good and just builds up a fantastic same feeling as Free Bird. But I enjoy this better. I don't mind this. I like it. Is it dark country hour here on today? Cat Snack Presents. It can be. If you guys want to listen to country, you're more than welcome to queue it up. This shit does fuck, I won't lie. Welcome me? You're welcome, Liam. Most intense hello I've ever gotten, bro. Welcome me? How you know my name? I didn't, but now I do. So does everyone else. I'm talking about, there's a guy on YouTube that was like, welcome me. He demanded it. I welcomed him, and now he's quiet. I had to make the joke. There was one time I was guessing a streamer's name, and I was worried that I actually guessed right. Thank you for kinging me. No worries. Because I didn't want to, like, accidentally dox them, you know what I mean? I realized afterwards, I was like, oh shit, whoops. And then they said their name anyways, so didn't feel too bad. He came and got what he wanted and then left. Well, he's back now, actually. This solo does go pretty hard, I won't lie. Ah, so much cleaner looking. Doing the hair on this is gonna be such a bitch, dude. Nice drawing or animation. Thanks, dude. It is an animation. It is an animation. It is based on a drawing, though. Okay. Okay. Six hours, huh? I know. Look at me go. How you doing, Otter? Exhausted but alive? Are you relaxing now? Look who's back. We got Zaza here, Otter. He was asking where all the OGs are. 'Cause I feel like, Zaza, I feel like every time you come back, it's like a whole new wave of people, you know? Yes, and I'll be asleep any moment. Say my name. Say my name. Nancy D. Nancy D. Wrist art. Yeah, well, it's always nice to see some new people, too. That's true. Everybody's chill. Nancy D. The will of D, bro. You got the will of D inside of you. Yeah, it's a bad days, but everything's better now. That's all that matters. All that matters. I should probably actually wrap up soon, though. Not gonna lie. Gonna lurk a while. Good luck with the fine tuning. Thank you, Donnie. Thank you for popping in. I'll catch you in another one. I swear this bot is killing me. I think it's just the frequency, bro. Maybe there's like a limit on how many you can do in a row. Let me check my settings. I don't see anything that would indicate that there's like a limit. Okay, bedtime. Good night, Pookies. Good night, Otter. Are you ending stream anytime soon? I just got back, probably, dude. Soon enough. I feel kind of fine right now, but... You know what I just realized? This, I think... This one here, I want it curved out more. Something more like this. Yeah, it's a little weird. A little too high up. don't know if that's gonna look okay. By the way, Snack, what's your opinion on my latest drawing? We're not going to be doing critiques today. I can take a little look at it, though. Oh, you mean an art chair? Okay. Looks dope. Zazna, do you need me to restart the bot? I don't know why. I think it's just the frequency you're requesting songs, maybe. Nah, don't worry. It's getting late anyways. Alright. How about me, Snack? You saw my chibi? I did. Snack, look at Sim's drawing and say you're proud of him. Proud of you, Sim. Loki got disappointed when he said I did, and let me holding my breath, but yeah, thanks. How are you timing and spacing your frames? It would have taken me 5 years just to mark my frames, I swear. I started off with a 3/4 pose, then a profile pose, and then after that I did a front-on pose, and those were the keys. And I did that on both sides, and then I've just been doing in-betweens as needed, basically. Hey, Snack, can you do a shout out to my friend Marley? He doesn't know you and probably never will, but it'll be cool. Shout out, Marley. You the coolest. How you doing, Marley? Like a radio show? I'm like, what's that cameo? It's like a cameo, dude. Ah, fuck. Emojis are fair game, dude. Let people communicate however they want. Let them use their hieroglyphs. Stack, what is it that possesses you to take such patience and time and energy to help other artists, to give people advice? I've never seen you not take the time to tell somebody how to start, and I think that's beautiful. Why do you do it? I just like talking about art. I feel like, you know, whether people are benefiting from it or not, I'd still be doing it. You know, when I go on walks with my boys, my art boys, obviously, we'll just yap about art and shit, you know? It's just stuff it's just part of my my regular conversation, you know? There's no like yeah, that seems weird. There's no particular reason. It's not like well, I just like doing it, you know? I get value out of it. I feel like I get value out of it. You could be really pretentious about it. What do you mean? I also am not a big fan of gatekeeping art. I don't know. I found, like, when I first started, it was really difficult to find resources way back in the day. Obviously, there were still some out there, but it was mostly YouTube videos and shit. I feel like, even in school, I kind of still have to figure shit out myself, because, like, they try and teach you a very specific way in animation school or whatever. That being said, I don't know. It feels like some popular artists are very elitist, and I appreciate that you're not. I don't interact with enough top artists. I feel like all the ones I interact with are really chill, you know? Like, PK is a good example. I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by, like, popular. If you're talking, like, hundreds of thousands of like follows and shit like that, maybe it's a little different. But I feel like at a certain point, there's definitely times where people will message me and I just won't answer them. It's not because I want to be an asshole. It's because sometimes I just get so many messages. And it depends. It comes in waves. For whatever reason, whenever people decide to message me, they all decide to message me at once. So I'll have, like, a bunch of, like, pending messages. And I'm like, ah, fuck. I'm not a big texter, you know? And I feel like if you scale that up times 100... Like, if I had, like, 100,000 followers or something like that, and people were DMing me and stuff, it would be... There's no way I would be able to, like, answer everybody. Like, but I do answer DMs pretty regularly. I had some guy message me on Instagram not too long ago. and I gave him, like, a pretty detailed explanation, you know? Just depends on the mood, I guess. But the reality is, I just like doing it. That's it. There's no deep secret where I'm like, I have, like, this moral high ground where I'm like, I have to help as many people as I can, you know? I sent you a gazillion reels on Instagram. I haven't gotten a single one. You're probably, like, caught in my, like, spam filter. I'll check it later. Also, guys, I will be honest. Don't spam me reels. In general. Like, do max 2 at a time. You know? I feel like that's sort of like the energy. If I don't, like, reply with, like, reels back or something, just you don't have to, don't keep sending reels. I'm not gonna watch them all. I'm not like a mobile phone power user. You know, I'm mostly on desktop and I just don't, yeah, I don't know. I sent everyone I know a gazillion reels. I sent you one reel one time, that's all you're getting from me? Holding out, huh? Rude, Nancy. I'm a burst reel sender, you know? I'll send like 2 or 3, and that's it. If I don't get a reply back, I'm not sending more. I don't like spamming people. Can I print memes and mail it to you? If you find my address, I'd be terrified. I'm too FOMO to get spammed. I have to reply to them. I'll send you top British memes. Big ups, Nancy. Big ups. Mossy Stone Media, thank you for the follow. Anyway, you smell funny, I guess? Me? But yeah, I don't know. I just like talking about art, dude. It's just fun. That wasn't a no? What wasn't a no? I was too nice, I had to course correct? Uh-oh. They're changing, dude. You're like the Grinch. You're starting to feel emotion. Scary. Well, thanks for doing it in an accessible way. I can insult you if you think it helps. Actually, don't make me do that. I don't think I can come up with an insult on the spot. It has to, like, flow naturally. No, I'll cry? Okay. I feel like it's, the head one from the back is, like, still too thick. It comes off as a little too thick here. Stop fucking my mother, you papaga. Dude, I haven't fucked your mom in like an entire day. I've been on a banging your mom diet today. There were a couple setups where I felt the itch, but I held it in. Whole day of not fucking someone's mom? I know, it's crazy. For me anyways. Yeah. Weird, this area is weird. I'm not exactly sure how to do this one. Oops. Still something really off about that. Technically, if the head is not robotically turning like a spigot, Snack safe from the menacing duck. What? It has a C curve in it. Yeah, the head is supposed to be tilted. It's not supposed to be straight because I thought that would be lame. I wanted to challenge myself. So it's rotating on an axis. So this is sort of like the general idea for this perspective here. I've tweaked it a lot, but generally it's supposed to orbit like that. So it's not supposed to be perfectly straight, just because I felt like it would be more interesting to not do that. Like, after the center head of the frame, it looks like it tilts a bit. It's supposed to be tilted to one side. If you look at, like, this pose here... Where the fuck is it? This one? His head's elevated. Like, his head is... Like, if you look at him front on, he's kind of like this. You know? Like, he's looking down. Like, you could see by the angle here. So I'm trying to capture that. But it's really, really subtle. And it's really, really difficult. But if it doesn't look appealing, that's also a problem. But like this tilt is intentional. But like this, I think should come out way more if there's a tilt there, you know what I mean? Like, this should be way more angled out here. I'm breaking up. Tell me first. Play it backwards? I mean, I just have to reverse the order of shit. I don't really want to do that, though. Like, this should technically tilt out, you know what I mean? If the tilt is this side, this perspective here, I think, would be an inverse curve. Just like a really subtle one. I do think this back one, though, should be pushed a little more. Maybe this one. It's tough to say. I'm bored and freezing. What do you want me to do about it, dog? Wait, there's no backwards play button combo? There certainly is no backwards play button combo, as far as I know anyways. Snack, hold me! No, I only hold subscribers, Damon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. Twitch does. Off kilter's a nightmare? Why'd you do this to yourself? I mean, I know why, but still, I wanted to see if I could figure it out. Like, a lot of the stuff I do is just slightly harder than what I think I can do, and it just, like, challenges me, dude. That's sort of how you gotta improve. How can you be bored when Snack entertains us? Exactly. Feel you saying, never unpack the chain. You don't love me now. Never love me again. Still see you saying, never seems to change. Don't let him hold you. He got wandering hand syndrome. Are you gonna molest me, Damon? Don't do that. I meant you? I would never. I like my version better. I bet not even Boba gets to get held by the big titty mouse. Probably not. I hear you saying. The fuck? Oh, I did it the wrong way. Oops. Oopsies. Yeah, let's flip this guy the other way. I don't know if I'm gonna do the full body on this guy right now. I also think this is a little... Burn down. Looking for weirdness. away. When I'm done. Erase myself. Of uncertainty, let mercy fall, wash away what I've done. Face myself, what I've become. Face myself. You'll never do a sing stream? Not intentionally. Maybe you guys will catch me slipping every now and then. Okay, this cheek, the elevated one, which means the curve is always going to be on this side. To track. Because this side is more elevated, you're going to get more of an extreme tilt here. And same with this one. It's going to be a little lesser. It's about to readjust its position. Try that. Feels like it's moving too much. I don't hate the tilt. I'm not capturing it well. City over city. It feels like it whips around. I think my tilt is too extreme on the back of the head. You guys were kind of right originally, I think. So let me tweak this. There's still a subtle tilt, but I don't think it's as extreme as I had it originally. I also think the neck grows too much in width. The toxicity, the city, our city. Oh. I was asleep. Disorder. You're 32 like me, aren't you? Yeah, I'm 31. I'm turning 32 in June. I don't know why I forgot my birthday there. In the sacred silence and sleep. I'm gonna reduce the tilt on the ears here. Became the sun of a mansion. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to elevate this other ear over here, because I feel like it's kind of low. I do want to tilt, but I want it to be more subtle. That's almost like a whole day for me. I am gonna wrap up soon, guys. I'm actually gonna I'm gonna look for somebody to raid. I want to do someone new today. Because we've been raiding a lot of the same people lately, so we're gonna raid someone new. What day in June? June 10th. Maybe not that person. Oh, you know who I want to raid? This guy named Reagan Lodge. He's a fantastic artist. This guy is, like, honestly, probably, in my opinion, one of the most skilled artists on Twitch right now. Outside of, like, guys like EO58 and those dudes. Reagan has such a unique style. He's really fucking good, dude. I want to raid this guy. He's only been on for 30 minutes, so we'll raid into Reagan Lodge. I do follow him, but I don't think we've ever raided him before. You're still live? Not for long. We're actually raiding out, like, right now, basically. We're gonna raid into Reagan Lodge. Fantastic artist. Honestly, guys, if you guys stick around for this dude, you'll love him. I'm not even joking. Like, this guy is such a cracked artist. Alright, guys, you know the deal. Thank you for joining me today. If you want to know when I'm live, make sure you get into my Discord. What's the raid message? I actually don't have one. You could just spam snack attack like 50 million times. How about that? If you want to know when I'm live next, make sure you get in the Discord, go into the rules section, toggle on the live notification roll. It's a little react button on the purple. It's a little purple button in the rules channel. And with that, guys, I thank you all for coming out. I will catch you all tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time for the next stream. I actually have to toggle my audio so I can hear him right now. I can't hear shit. Okay. And I will catch you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.